All right, welcome everyone to this meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. It is 5:05 p.m. Dr. Bravo, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Trustee Gallagher,
Here.
Trustee Goitia,
She's here.
Trustee Goitia.
Yes, I sit here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Trustee Brown,
Here.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Here.
and Trustee Verich.
All right, everyone is here. 1C is to adopt tonight's closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, so a motion by Christina and a second by Linda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 1D is to disclose the items which are on the agenda on board docs and to have any public comments on those items. We do not have any digital blue cards for our closed session items tonight. So at this point, the board will adjourn to closed session. Our goal is to be out right around 6 p.m. Board members, you do have a link that I sent you maybe 30 minutes ago. If you cannot find it, just give me a call.
All right.
And see you on the other side. For those of you at home, we are going to get started in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. We'll get started around 6:20 p.m.
John, I can't find a way to minimize my screen so I can see another screen. It's not letting me do it.
You should be able to scroll to the very top of your screen and maybe click around towards the top, and you should see.
Yeah, it should let me. It's not. I don't see the little, the boxes and things. Escape, maybe?
Yeah, try escape.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Excellent.
Right. If trustees could please turn on their cameras just to make sure we know you're here.
I'm here.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We are back. It is 6:21 p.m. Let me report some actions the board took in closed session. The board approved proposed settlement agreement in the case 06-18-20201 with a 5-0 vote. During closed session, the board also approved proposed settlement agreement in case 06-18-20202 with a 5-0 vote. During closed session, the board approved an agreement with employee A for the $5,000 retirement incentive. The board also approved an agreement with that was with a 5-0 vote. The board also approved an agreement with employee B for the $5,000 retirement incentive with a 5-0 vote. And finally, the board approved an agreement with employee C for reassignment with a 5-0 vote. So we're returning really quick. Because members of the board are joining via teleconference, all votes tonight are going to be recorded via a roll call. While there's no physical location available for the public to join due to the COVID-19 pandemic, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card, which is available on the district's website and on the agenda in board docs. Without any further ado, I'm hoping, I've seen a school board do this. Can someone lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And all the rest of us will say it on mute so we don't have to deal with trying to synchronize. Who wants to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Maybe one of our student board members would like to do that.
Okay. Riley, would you want to, or should I?
Sure, I can do it. Yeah.
All right, so if everyone could please stand. Riley, take it away when you're ready.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and through this nation. Wait, oh my God, I'm forgetting parts of it.
Here, Riley, why don't I help you out?
Okay, yeah.
All right, let's start on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
America,
and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, so that's going to take us to item 3C, the adoption of tonight's agenda.
So moved. So moved.
We heard you. Is there a
Okay.
second? I'll second. All right, there was a motion by Christina, a second by me. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote, Bob?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Barrett.
All right, we have an agenda for the 5-0 vote. We're gonna move into, is there an item 4 tonight, Bob?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna skip that and move to our student board member reports. We have the 2020 and 2021 student board members will introduce themselves and then give reports.
Hey everyone, I'm Riley, a senior at Prospect, and I'm very excited to serve as a student board member for the upcoming year. At my school, I've done a lot of activities that closely relate to what the student board positions does. I have been active in our school's leadership program, and I will be the school president next year. I was the student representative for our school PTSA meetings, and I served as an ambassador for our college and career center while playing a couple of sports teams and participating in a few clubs. A big focus for next year, I think, is having student recognition in the process of reopening and transitioning back to a normal school year, making sure that students are still able to learn while they're at home. How can we adapt to a virtual or hybrid format? When do we slowly move back to normal? When do we make sure people are safe and ready? And how do we continue to reopen sports games and other activities as we move forward? In the past few weeks already, I have been on half a dozen calls with the returning student board member, Gitanjali, as we continue to push our homework policy. We have met with the superintendent and principals across the district while making edits on the extensive policy that Emily and Gitanjali started last year. We hope to soon push that out and continue moving forward with our plans. We've also begun contacting the student site representatives from across the district and planning when we will meet and what some of our goals will be with them. I for the first semester will take Boynton, Prospect, and Lee, while Gitanjali will take the other 3 schools, and then we will switch after the semester. I'm also excited, and Gitanjali have been talking of another big project we might want to pursue next year. We hope either between looking at the social media problems, looking at having student outlets on campus, and looking at transitioning back, or any other big problems we may see, we're going to continue working on that. So I hope to bring a lot of the experience I have advocating for student voice at Prospect to the district level. I think and I'm excited for this opportunity.
We are so excited to have you, Riley. So
Welcome,
excited
Riley.
that the rest of the board can meet you too.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm lucky enough to have I've talked to Riley, and I look forward to working with him.
I'm Gitanjali. I'm going to be a senior at Brenham next year. I'm excited to serve another term as a student board member for the 2020-21 school year. I know that this position will be extremely important this year, since we don't know what school looks like next year. And I hope that Riley and I, as student board members and the SSAC team, can inform you on the decisions, especially regarding on the reopening topic. So some updates from us, continuing on from what Riley had mentioned. We're planning on what SSAC will look like next year, and we'll keep you updated once we finalize those things. We're thinking of maybe branching out what SSAC will look like, but once we solidify those plans, we'll keep you updated. And then we will also be presenting the homework policy to you for a first read next week, something that I'm nervous and excited about. And just now, a few things about the Black Lives Matter movement. I think it's really important that we keep these conversations going in the district. I know that there's a resolution that we will be talking about later in the meeting, but the students at Branham High School in the BSU club led a peaceful protest, which got really high attendance. And they've also come up with a collective voice. And I would just like to read a few things that they would want to see changed in our district. So they want to see policy changes from you guys. They want to see a systemic and institutional change in the classroom. They want social justice in the classrooms, and they want more encouragement on voting. I've sent over the entire collective voice statement to Trustee Aerosmith as well, but I request you having these conversations with all of the BSUs from each campus, and just bringing this at least to bring some change or some awareness, and really so we can see a difference in society.
Thank you both. Does Emily have anything to add?
I'll just say most of my comments are some of the upcoming agenda items, also the resolutions that are in the agenda, but would also like to welcome Riley as a student board member for this school year. And I'm glad that Gitanjali will continue to serve a second year.
Yeah, and just for those of you keeping score at home, Emily's position technically ends at the end of June. And so Emily is still the student trustee. Riley is coming soon and is going to be a full participant over the next couple meetings. And let me just say, the amount of stellar applicants always it's astounding how great all our students are. So, they made it through kind of the gauntlet. And they're the best of the best. So congrats on making it through, and we're excited to work with you.
It really does get harder every year. It gets harder and harder to make these decisions. So, and I know that I've gotten to meet with them already a couple times, and school, we're in summer, and they're like, yeah, when are you free? I'm ready, just ready to go. So yeah, just really excited.
And I want to say congratulations to all those that applied. And Riley, welcome. Gitanjali, it's great to have you back. Emily, we're going to miss you.
All right, thank you all. We're going to move on to item six public comments. The board does welcome comments from the public. And like I said earlier, because we are virtual, the avenue to do that is to fill out a digital blue card that's located on our website and on board docs. We do have one blue card tonight, but it's about a specific item. So we'll call on you when the item comes up on the agenda. And so at this point, we'll move on to item 7, comments from associations. I believe only CUHSD is speaking tonight, and Laurel Garceau is going to be joining. So if John, you could call her in.
All right, Kaylin, she's here. So I'm going to patch you two through.
Okay, great. Hey, Laurel, you're on with the board.
Yep.
When you're ready, take it away.
Okay. I think most of you know me, but this is Laurel Garceau. I'm the CUHSD Exec Board Secretary and a French teacher at Branham High School. Good evening to all of you. CUHSD is relieved to see the 2 resolutions on the board agenda tonight that speak to the need to address the systemic inequity and racism in our educational system, and to see the affirmation that Black Lives Matter. We appreciate that in voting to approve resolution number 60, the board would establish a formal and permanent structure. We believe that these resolutions are important steps, but there is important work that must follow. Other Bay Area school boards are moving forward with concrete steps. For example, Berkeley Unified has committed to the following. First, including the display of a Black Lives Matter banner in the boardroom. Perhaps CUHSD could purchase banners for all of our school sites or even classrooms. Next, the purchase of materials to share with educators and families that support critical dialogue among students, staff, and community members about the impact of bias and racism in our schools, community, and nation. And lastly, embedding these materials in professional development as integral components of the district's work with teachers in all subjects. Thank you for considering this first step tonight, but teachers are eager to know what will come next and what support they will receive from the board in establishing policies that center the critical work of creating a more fair and equal educational system and society. CUHSD's leadership was very shocked and dismayed to learn of the resignation of Assistant Superintendent Nancy Torres Pfeiffer. We'd like to express our deep gratitude and acknowledge just a few of the accomplishments for the district under her leadership. First, a transparent, clear, and balanced district budget. Next, the identification, pursuit, and achievement of a variety of additional revenue streams. If there was money out there, Nancy would find it. A strong, cohesive, and competent team of empowered department directors. And lastly, a campaign fund for Measure K that exceeded all goals and expectations. Anyone who spent any time listening to or talking with Ms. Torres Pfeiffer knew that she was exceedingly competent and a warm, patient, and caring individual. What we have lost in her departure is something that will be deeply felt, and her resignation should be reckoned with. To lose someone so brilliant and committed to the district, its students and staff, speaks to a grave error at some level. We all know that Ms. Torres Pfeiffer is irreplaceable. We also know that it makes sense to have an interim business officer in place. However, we question whether a week is enough time for the district to exercise due diligence in this case. According to Ms. Hudson, the responsibilities of the interim business officer would include the search process for a permanent officer. This is a grave responsibility in addition to shepherding the budget process and planning for reopening the schools. We encourage trustees to take the time for full, diligent, and complete consideration prior to any vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. All right, and I do not believe we have anyone from CSEA or SEIU. If I am wrong in that, let me know. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 8, our superintendent's report. Dr. Bravo.
Thank you, President Gallagher. The past 3 months, I've usually kept my comments to later in the agenda when specifically I address issues related to COVID-19 and how it is impacting our educational program for students. I'm going to do something a little bit different in that I'm going to talk about what's happening right now in terms of continuing to serve students. And then when I make my comments later, I'm going to talk more about next year and what does the 2021 school year look like. So right now, food services is still happening and students are still being fed. As of today, we've served over 27,000 meals. Curbside meal pickup will continue in July and August. We do need and appreciate the help of volunteers who are now an integral part of the process, and we will continue to need volunteers through the summer period. Technology team is still continuing to deliver hotspots and Chromebooks for summer school students. And so far, the team's delivered 30 devices to houses. They've deployed 70 Chromebooks for Del Mar Summer Math Program for incoming students. And the team is working on enrolling the 2,250 freshman grade level devices, transitioning Chromebooks off of Chromebook carts so that they can be checked out. In other news related to the educational program, one of the things that we heard from students and parents and teachers over the last 3 months was that it felt like there were too many different technology platforms being used and a preference to try and see if we couldn't limit the numbers. And so we have 3 campuses that have opted in this next school year to move away from the current piece of software that's used throughout the district school loop to use the Canvas learning management system. And in the upcoming, it is our intention that in the upcoming 2021 school year, it's going to be the last that we contract with School Loop due to its limitations and a decrease in the quality of its customer service, while at the same time, there has been significant increases in cost. So I will say more about their work, but the reopening committee did finish a report. It's on the website, and I'll refer to that more later. And I think that I will stop at that point and pick up with the reopening committee later in the meeting.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Sounds good.
Great. All right, so we're going to move on. There's no item 9 tonight, so we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Actions on consent calendar items will be acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. We do have a public comment card on item 12C this evening. So I will pull that. Does any trustee want to pull anything else from the consent calendar?
Same
Yeah.
item.
I would like 11B and 13D.
Okay, so we have 12C, 11B, 13D, and then Linda, what did you say?
Same item, 12C.
12C, okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 11B, 12C, and 13D. Is there any discussion? All right, can we please have a roll call?
Gallagher,
Aye.
Goitia,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Aerosmith,
Aye.
and Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 11B is to approve the 2020-2021 agreement with the County of Santa Clara Office of County Counsel to provide legal services. Trustee Aerosmith, do you want them to introduce it or do you just want to jump into questions?
Just a question. Is this a routine one that we've used in the past?
Yes, we have done this.
And how is, like, what types of legal services do they tend to provide compared to other legal?
It's not very often that
Okay.
that takes place. And sometimes it's just related to, in our collaboration with the County Office of Ed, at times, they may provide us some language if there's many other districts in the county, perhaps they're doing something similar. It's actually very rarely used.
Got it. Okay, that's why it didn't look familiar, but that answers my question. So I'll move to approve.
I'll second. So motion by Christina and a second by me. Is there any more discussion? Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, 11B passes 5-0. 12C, we do have a public comment on. 12C is the approve the personnel report. John, can you call Allison?
Allison is on the phone.
All right, hey, Allison, you're on with the board and you are live. So go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to call and I heard Chista's comments as well, but I wanted to add my personal comments about Nancy Torres-Pfeiffer, who is the 4th business officer I've worked with as a member of the negotiating team over the past 14 years, and far and away, no contest, the best by far. In fact, our CTA representative says she's the best CBO that she's ever worked with too, and she's worked with a lot more than me. And I'm really going to miss her. And I just wanted to say, and hopefully she's listening, what a pleasure, sincere pleasure it's been to get to know her and to work with her, and how much I have personally appreciated her integrity, her kindness, her resourcefulness and ingenuity, her positivity. She's a very special person, and our district is much poorer for that loss. Those are big shoes to fill, and I will miss her dearly. So that is all I wanted to say. And thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. Very appreciated.
If I may, I just want to say thank you, Allison. Of course, I'm listening, and I am going to miss working with you and the entire CHSD team. Thank you for your comments.
Oh, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm so sorry.
I just want to say thank you for your comments, and I was listening to every word you said, and I will miss you at the CHSD negotiations and also at our Finance Advisory Committee meetings. So thank you for calling in, and thank you for your kind words.
All right, thank you. All right, and I think, Linda, you wanted to pull this item. So do you need an introduction, or do you?
No.
Questions?
I pulled this for the purpose of making a comment for the record regarding the resignation of Nancy Torres-Pfeiffer. I believe that this situation was mismanaged from the outset, and we didn't need to lose this incredibly valuable asset. Thank you.
Great. Nancy, well, first I'll make a motion to approve. We'll start there. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Stacy. Nancy, really gonna miss you. And I hope, although we don't get to work in this capacity in the future, I hope this is, we get to keep in touch. I recently had an opportunity to kind of write down all my thoughts about Nancy and how amazing she is. And it's going to be like Allison said, they're big shoes to fill, and it's going to be really, really hard. So yeah, I hope after COVID dies down, I can make the drive out to you since you've been driving here, and we can catch up over food. And yeah, that's what I got. Anyone else?
Thank you, Nancy, for holding my hand as I cycled into this district. You've been a great help, and I appreciate you.
Nancy, not only have you been amazing at your job, as everyone can see, but you also kind of took on a mother hen kind of always making sure that everyone around you is taken care of, including me. And we are definitely going to miss you.
I would like to echo what Trustee Aerosmith said. In my experience as a student board member, she did the same thing. Nancy also took me in, took care of me in ways that people don't know about or haven't seen publicly. And she's been super helpful, and the conversations I've had with her have been amazing.
I would like to add on to what Emily had said. She was really there to support us. Anytime that I was like nervous speaking in front of everyone, she was always there to like calm me down and always gave me these motivational pep talks. And she was just like, I couldn't properly thank her for the influence that she's had on me and the confidence that she's given me. So I'm really sad to see you go, but thank you so much for all that you've done.
Nancy, I just want to say, you know, I think back 4 years ago.
May I interrupt you?
Sure.
Could you please not? Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone else who spoke. I am very sad and disappointed that my employment with the district was not continued. And I was left with no other choice but to resign. And I feel also very betrayed by comments from individuals that were just made, except for, of course, our student board members and Ms. Goitia, who truly have valued what I brought to the table. And I am extremely disappointed in the rest of the way and the rest of the individuals who were involved in the process, who had an opportunity to allow me to stay, extend my contract for 3 years, and chose not to. And so for those of you who chose not to, please do not comment on my good work, because I don't believe that you mean it. For everyone else, thank you for your comments.
All right, then we will move on with a vote, unless there's any other comments. All right, Dr. Bravo, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
No.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich. Trustee Verich.
No.
All right, so pass with a 3-2 vote, and we'll move on to item 3D. Item 3D is to approve the purchase of additional Odysseyware Academy summer school licenses for use during the 2020 summer school session.
So my question here is that it looks like we're able to offer summer school to well, is that true?
You're breaking up. Maybe it's my internet. Sorry.
No, it's on my side too.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I can.
So the question was, are we now able to provide summer school for sophomores in addition to juniors and seniors?
So I have great news for you. We are actually offering credit recovery to 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th, and 12th. And
that's
so
cool.
We're close to 700. We actually, as of 6/16, we're at 697 total courses being recovered by 9th through 12th grade. And so we still have a little balance there. So we're going to continue to recruit students, and hopefully we can increase those numbers and get more on board to recover classes.
All
So
right.
thank you for approving it.
Yes. I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Christina, a second by Stacy. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
All right, the item passes with a 5-0 vote. And that's going to take us to item 16A, consideration of action regarding district response to COVID-19. Dr. Bravo?
Thank you. And I think we have a slide deck to assist in this item. I think John is gonna get on the screen. Okay, thank you. And let's go ahead and go on to the next slide. So tonight I want to talk and focus my comments more on the future and what is most likely to happen. So, you know, there could be a whole gamut of different possibilities. And ultimately, we are still going to need the guidance of the county health department about what we are allowed to do or not do. And there are a number of possible scenarios, but we really have focused our planning around two of them. So while potentially we could have a full reopening to in-person learning, full day, everybody there, we know how to do that. So we haven't focused very much on that planning scenario as much as these two, planning for the possibility of continued distance learning with should current shelter-in-place order remain or be reactivated, should campuses have to remain closed to the public. And in that case, we know that we have to move forward in improving the distance learning plan. And scenario B would be what people are calling a hybrid plan. And this has been in the media a lot, in the discussion about a plan in which there are some students on campus, but not all students at the same time, because at those numbers, social distancing could not be respected. So in a hybrid manner, we may have a third or half of students on campus while the rest of students are still doing some kind of remote learning. So this would be a blend of in-person remote instruction with rotating groups of students through weekly or bi-weekly schedules. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the planning process to this point, but we have initiated safety trainings and procedures for 12-month site-based employees that has included testing procedures for COVID-19. And right now the advice is that people that have frequent contact with public be tested at least once a month. And we have had training videos on social distancing and health protocols. With the County Office of Education, as I think I've mentioned before, the county superintendent has weekly meetings with the superintendents of the county to align planning and to receive latest guidance. And we are working with the Santa Clara County Office of Ed because they will be distributing some kinds of goods that the state is going to send to districts. So the state of California has basically said that they are going to send out some supplies specifically to help enable in-person learning. So it's a limited amount. So 1 N95 per school nurse, 4 of the plastic face shields per instructor, and then a number of masks, not N95 masks, but disposable masks, etc., for students and other staff, and some hand sanitizer. And I think the concept right now is that what the state is sending, they believe represents a 60-day supply, and that if there is anything required past that, that districts would be asked to pay for those supplies by piggybacking onto a statewide contract. And we've also been keeping abreast of different webinars to learn about the latest state guidance on reopening schools. Next slide. So we have had a steering committee for reopening, and that committee has 76 staff members from across our different sites and locations. And that group met together and they looked at several different resources to inform their thinking. So we had a staff faculty survey with 470 participants, a student survey with 1,300 participants, parent survey with 1,800 participants. Additionally, members of that committee, of those subcommittees, had meetings with different advisory groups, standing advisory groups, to get input, including the DLAC, the Student Advisory Council, and the President's Council, which is the presidents of the different PTAs and home and school clubs. Next slide. So these are the subcommittees that the reopening steering committee broke out into. One devoted to highly effective instruction, one to the continuum of instructional plans, and more specifically, potential models, schedules, etc., for hybrid learning, or what things might look like schedules if they continue to be remote learning, special education, community engagement, student services and operations, student and staff safety, addressing opportunity gaps in learning, and student, staff, and well-being. Next slide. So this is the just some results for you, some selected results from some of the different surveys. So we had 463 respondents on the staff reopening survey asking folks, are you comfortable reporting to your physical work location in the fall? 60% said yes. 28% said, I'm not sure at this time. And then we had smaller percentages, but still some that are not comfortable returning or have health conditions that make them very anxious about returning. Next slide. The community, and these are really parents and guardians, is how comfortable do you think you'll be in sending your student back to school? And 26% said extremely comfortable, 43% relatively comfortable. And when you add those two groups together, then that's 69% relatively or extremely comfortable. Then you have 21% hesitant and uncomfortable, 7% extremely uncomfortable, and then 4% that don't know how they feel yet. They're still undecided, and I think probably still are wanting to learn more. Next slide. So the staff reopening survey, going back to that survey, if schools were allowed to reopen, but with restrictions on the number of students allowed on campus, how much online learning would you prefer? And the majority said just 1 or 2 days of online classes with 3 to 4 on campus. 31% said most of the week online with just 1 or 2 days on campus. 22% did think that classes should be entirely online until it's safe to hold all classes for all students in person. Next slide. So if schools are allowed to reopen, but with restrictions on the number of students allowed on campus, how much online instruction would you prefer? And here, most folks in the community, similar, but to a greater extent, supported more days on campus. 25% most of the week online, 15% want to stay entirely online at this time. Next slide. So what are some of the most important aspects of district learning that we learned from these two surveys? So some of the themes that repeated under the staff reopening survey is that there should be consistent platforms just one or two places to find assignments or to receive feedback, grades, etc., not too many different applications. Communicating learning expectations online, communication with families about how to support their students learning online, and checking with students about their social emotional well-being. The community members or parents and guardians, their 4 top themes were consistent platforms. So there you can see that echoed again. What is different is one of their top 4 themes was the importance of live or synchronous meetings and lessons with teachers, frequent feedback on student progress, and communicating learning expectations online. Next slide. And students, they had a survey too, and this shows the results of the student survey. Academic motivation was higher the more days per week students interacted with teachers, particularly at the upper grade levels. And so these graphs show that the average percent of student respondents reporting strongly agree or agree with this question. And it's a little bit of a, I suppose, a chicken and an egg. So what causes which? Is it the kind of student that likes to participate more, is more motivated, or to what extent were students motivated by the opportunities? So definitely something would need further study. Next slide. Interestingly, students were less likely to report feeling sad over the prior month the more days per week they interacted with teachers. And this slide shows the percent of respondents reporting very much true or pretty much true. Again, a correlation, we don't have a causation, but something that is definitely food for thought. Next paragraph, I'm sorry, next slide. And this is just a partial list of some of the other guidance pieces that the members of the committee had available to them. Next slide. So here are the planning priorities that really came out of the work of the reopening committee. And again, the complete report of the reopening committee is on our website for anyone to see who is interested. So first and foremost, health and safety, that we need to meet or exceed all health department requirements. That there is a majority opinion that there does need to be a priority placed on students getting access to in-person instruction. There was also a strong theme out of the reopening committee that we should establish a cohort advisory model with individual student check-ins and an academic support hotline to offer tutoring supports. So in some ways, this is something similar to sort of a homeroom for high school in light of making sure that kids are staying connected. The explicit teaching of online skills to students and families, that teacher teams be given the time and support so that they can continue to collaborate, that we streamline technology platforms or try and limit the number of different technology platforms that students and teachers are asked to use. That there be a multi-tiered system of support to support students' mental health and well-being. That there should be community building opportunities that keep taking place. And that there should be site-based communications teams to ensure important information is clearly communicated to all stakeholders. Next slide. So this is some upcoming milestones that are still coming. So right now, this is part of communicating the reopening steering committee recommendations. We're eagerly awaiting to see what happens still in terms of the state budget. And as you'll see later in the meeting, as we consider a budget for 2021, still many unanswered questions about what ultimately the state budget is going to look like, as the legislature and the governor do not have any kind of agreement on what it should look like. Then comes July, and we have been given the commitment from the county that before or by July 1, we will have more specific guidance on the county level about the extent and the circumstances under which we could return to some in-person learning. And as soon as we get that, we will communicate that out. The members of the reopening steering committee have agreed that they would reconvene and to look at their recommendations based on this new information and help us select the path going forward. Of course, we'll be open to getting any new additional guidance from CDE around attendance, instructional minutes, etc. And that is going to be necessary because the current waivers of instructional minutes and instructional days expire July 1, and nothing has yet taken their place. And so we have to solidify plans based on the new guidance, bargain with our labor partners around any areas of negotiable impact. And right now, we still have August 12th as the first day of school plan for students. And really it's finding out what we need to do to get ready for that day and what kind of program it's going to be. Next slide. So at the top level, ultimately, again, health and safety are going to be number one. That's something that's important. I know that students, staff, parents, something important to everybody to try to keep on communicating throughout the process as more information comes out, and try to continue to work collaboratively and problem solve to develop recommendations through our reopening steering committee. So I think that is the end of the slide deck. And how about I stop there and answer any questions you might have.
Yes, so any questions from the board?
I think it's really impressive how many stakeholders you've gotten involved in this. It's a big effort.
Well, we didn't have to, we're very fortunate. We didn't have to work too hard. A lot of people are very interested and wanted to help on this.
Bob, I realize that the county is committed to telling us July 1 what they expect, but some of the communication we're hearing is that some people are expecting a rebound. Some people are gonna, there could be, bad news. Things could change.
Yes.
Are we taking into account the ability to change on the fly again? And
oh,
how we
absolutely
prepared for that?
Absolutely, we're going to have to be ready to do that. That's always going to be the potential that whatever guidance is given to us at that time could be retracted, soon thereafter. So, there isn't anything, honestly, there's nothing magical about July 1, as much as it was a date that seemed mutually agreeable to all the superintendents in the county and the county superintendent and public health to shoot for, to try and see if we couldn't put a stake in the ground somewhere around making a go, no go decision.
So, Bob, I think the work that the committee has done is very impressive. I think you've got a very well-defined scope and lots of options to pivot depending upon what conditions bring, what decisions are made further down. So I think that it's a very commendable job that the team has done. But scope is just one aspect of reopening. It's the important one. It's the first one, but there's also resources and time that go into this. And so I'm a little nervous about the time. August 12th is 55 days from today. Sorry, kids, that's your summer break. And that's full days, that's 7 days a week. In school days and business days, that's 38 days from today, working days. And so if we have to wait until July 1st to get that go, no go decision on whether we're going to have in-person or a hybrid or full distance learning to start up with, one of those three paths to go down, that really only gives us 30 working days to implement the plan. And so that makes me a little nervous. So I'm wondering if we might need to, as we're doing our planning and looking at the resources that we're going to need to bring to bear to execute on all of this, if we might want to look at, is August 12th really doable? And have the committee and get some feedback on whether we should push it back. I'd rather do it right than do it fast.
Yes, well, I am worried as well about that. But again, we will do everything we can to, adapt to the situation as we get more information. And trustees, I think the one thing that would be very interested, having some guidance on from you all, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but we do see that there are a number of parents who, while it is not the majority, do not want to have their students return to in-person learning this next school year under current conditions, i.e. the absence of vaccine. And there are many districts that have made the decision to give families that option. And I just don't want to make any assumptions about how you all feel as a board around that issue. That if we are able to reopen, would we provide the option for students and families that want to still be distance learning only to be able to do that?
I can address that. I have a couple other things and I'll get to it. I think just echoing, reading through the report and how detailed it is, you can tell that 76 different voices went into it in a positive way. I mean that in like the best way possible. Because I think it is nimble. I think it's flexible. I think it has a lot of stakeholder input. And that's really what we need right now. On that question, I personally think being more flexible is better than not being flexible. We don't know people's situations. We don't know if they live with someone who has autoimmune disease or is in a risk category for their age. I think if we do not have that flexibility, it puts families in a place where they either send their kid to school and really put like a loved one at risk, or they cross their fingers and hope for the best. I just don't see that happening, especially because the polls are pretty split. It's not like it's 95% one way. It's really closer to 50-50. That's my thoughts.
I'm concerned about families that might say, I won't send my child back to school because grandma lives with us and I can't take the risk. I mean, would we not be duty bound to provide distance learning for people that are frightened?
Well, like I said, that's why I just wanted to make sure I'm not making any assumptions.
Yeah.
So I thought that would be something that probably as a board you would support. But I just didn't want to make that assumption, because I'll be honest, I mean, there is always the concern when you have two or more different programs, what are we going to do to ensure that they're equitably of quality?
Well, I think I can see a couple different sides here. One is that I would agree with that there are circumstances in which not having that flexibility would create an obstacle or a disadvantage for certain students. I think also you know, there are some students who we couldn't even get a hold of. And so I worry about them slipping through the cracks in choosing, if we call it path 2, let's say, you know, where that's been a challenge. And so I don't know, I would want to think about that. I think for the instructional program, as a teacher, thinking about if I had students who were both coming in and maybe doing hybrid and students that were fully online, that's just a lot for teachers to manage the whole program. Not say that it would be a lot. And so I don't know if I would want to blanket put it out for everybody that this is an option, that every single, you can just click the box this or that's what you're gonna do. But I'm also wary that creating some sort of application process or some form of kind of review could leave some students out that really do need to stay home. I think that there needs to be some process. I don't know how to do it well. So in general, I am supportive. I think I just have a lot of questions kind of logistically about how you go about that, but that's your job. So
Yeah, well, thank you. To address that somewhat, I do think that if that's going to be an option, I would agree that some kind of an application process is probably not practicable.
Yeah.
You know, just the time and effort to process them, and then even to make the judgment call about whether or not to accept one and not the other, is probably too intensive. And being that as it is, then for the purposes of planning, I do think that we would be, in fairness, be obliged to let people know that that is an option if that's what we're going to do, rather than one-off, you know, that as an option. And purpose of planning, meaning then how are we going to do that? So really, you know, there are two ways to think about the potentiality of what that looks like. If most students are doing a hybrid or an in-person experience, but we have, and I'm just pulling this number out of, you know, ballpark 20% not, how are they going to get their program and who is giving them their program? So there is one model in which, you know, I've talked with the superintendent of one district where they were thinking like, well, you know, we're just going to go ahead and mass schedule everybody in. And for those students that want to do it remote, we're just going to have cameras in classrooms. And so that student on a teacher's roster is not physically there, but they're watching, you know, from somewhere else. Now that has a lot of appeal to it, but I think there's also a lot of issues with that around privacy and the rest of the students being on video, et cetera. So then the other option is then to have a team of teachers who are dedicated specifically to the district distance learning program. That team of teachers is a separate team from those that are doing the in-person program. And so if you go in that direction, we really would need to solicit people's interests with enough time to plan accordingly.
Well, Bob, you know, I think it's just more evidence that, you know, everything's different in a post-COVID world, and school's going to be very different in a post-COVID world. And our responsibility as a local education agency is to educate the students of our community. And so if we have to provide this model, I'll call it the homeschool model with distance learning and things like that, then we should be planning for it, and we should be staffing for it, and we should be providing it to whomever makes that choice at this point in time. Additionally, if there's kids that want to, or if there's families that want to do the hybrid, we should allow that flexibility in what we do as well. It's, I just think that's going to become the new norm. And I think you're right. I think there is going to have to be a separate group of teachers that focus on the homeschooled students in the district. I can remember way back before the last recession, school districts used to have teachers who did do homeschooling for students who had, long illnesses and were out for, long periods and things like that. And so it's not unusual. It's been done before. It's just a question of, it's just a question, a lot of this comes down to funding as well. So I'm very supportive of the flexibility. I don't really think there's much choice in it. I just think this is the way it is. This is the way it's going to be. This is the new normal. And, the only thing that's, the only constant is change at this point.
Well, I have like two questions. What happens if like a teacher chooses not to, like they don't feel comfortable coming to school? So like our classes are already really crammed, so we have to figure out social distancing in that. And if we have less teachers willing to come on campus, how are we going to combat that? And my second question is, if we choose to do, like if a student gets to decide online or hybrid or in person, how are we going to make sure that they're getting consistent education? I know that there's a lot of value in coming in a classroom and collaborating with your peers, but if that's not really an option anymore on online, then they're going to be missing out having those conversations. So how are we going to make sure that what's happening in person and online will be similar?
Yeah, that speaks exactly to the concern that I shared earlier about, when you have separate programs, what do you do to try and safeguard that they're going to be, they're equitable in terms of quality between the two. And so there are some suggestions in the reopening committee's report in the section around highly effective instruction that I think reference some important practices that can be used with distance learning that can have that be an improved experience. And I know that Assistant Superintendent Sarah has had discussions with principals around the question of how do you be a manager or supervise in a situation in which much of your campus is virtual and not in person. So those are definitely important issues. And I think you raised two, and I think I'm talking to one, but remind me the other one again.
My first one is just, if there's a lot of teachers who are also not comfortable coming, how are we going to fix that issue, like in terms of in-person and online learning?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's going to come down again to what is the health department saying around that? And Dr. Cody is known as one of the strictest health officers in the country. So, to that sense, I have a certain level of confidence that if she prescribes certain conditions that we can go back to in person with, that's what we will do. And I think we have seen that the majority of teachers want to do that. So in those cases where we have teachers that don't want to, I think we would have to take a look at and examine that case on a case-by-case basis. And while there could be perhaps some of those teachers are the same teachers that are assigned to teach or do the program, the stay-at-home program.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the information that we were able to pick up and learn as we went into distant learning, and then from that, there's a lot. Teachers didn't sign up to be online teachers or online classes, and the two might not match up. We've got some teachers that don't feel comfortable coming back, but they also might not be comfortable teaching online. What kind of PD do we have, or can we expect to have? I mean, obviously, if the longer this goes, the more this goes, we're going to have some help. But what are we thinking we can do in the very short term here to get ready. And what has your committee asked for?
Yes, one of the recommendations in the reopening committee's report does have to do with professional development. It's really two separate things. One, professional development explicitly around best practices related to distance learning, but then secondarily, and just as important, if not more so, is collaboration time. And that speaks somewhat to Gitanjali's comment, than her concern about what do you do to try and make sure that our programs are of equal quality to the extent possible between in-person and remote. And so those are two things that are definitely part of the steering committee's recommendations. The difficult thing as part of the backdrop to this whole issue is, I'm sure that parents, students, teachers, many of us probably feel frustrated that, we want to know, what are we going to do? And I am frustrated just in the sense that while there are many guidance documents, and I feel like I need to use air quotes, guidance documents, whether it's CDE, the California Public Health Department, California Department of Education, professional organizations, for the most part, they are all advisory and guidance only. And so, it would help tremendously to have something that is a little bit more clear for us to know that, okay, this is what you need to do. It's not a piece of advice. It's really what you need to do. So, and that also along with the challenge of what is school funding going to look like next year. So the governor in his May revise said 10% cut to education if the federal government doesn't do more stimulus. The legislature is saying, no, we don't need any cuts at all. And if the federal government doesn't come through, we're not going to cut. We're going to defer payments. But living through deferrals would not be easy either. And the county superintendent of schools has told the superintendents of the county, she informed us that because there isn't still clarity around the state budget, that their expectation is that when we submit a budget to them for review, that it will be based on the May revise, and that they will likely not use what we submit to actually make their determination of certification. Then they're going to look instead to a 45-day revision after that. So that is definitely another challenge.
I'm shocked. Politics at the state around educational funding.
Bob, I have two questions. The first one, I think it's more a question for the board as well. I think when this first hit, as you can remember, we had some special board meetings as things popped up, and Bob really needed guidance from the board on some big decisions. I assume the one meeting in July on the 16th may not be enough if we're getting lots of information at different times. It might be, but so I think we may have to have a couple special board meetings if Bob and staff need that direction. Is there agreement there?
Yes.
Yes. I have a question. I've been sitting here trying to figure out how on earth we're going to have enough staff. And one of the things that crossed my mind was that we've got the PACs. You could take classes for which we have multiples, like freshman English, for example. Distance kids out in a PAC with a single teacher so that a teacher who normally is in front of 30 kids or more is in front of, 70, 80, 90. But the difficulty there is, how do you have the engagement between teacher and student? Because you've got to have especially with writing, there has to be evaluation and feedback. And in a college lecture hall like that, that's handled by TAs. So I'm still not sure how we have enough staff to spread kids out and have enough staff to manage a separate online program. Who's been playing with what those numbers look like?
Yeah, those are some great points. And you know, specifically to the idea of using the PAC for classes, that's another of those things that we ultimately are going to need county guidance around, because we don't know what their ultimate guidance is going to be related to the concept of stable cohort. And for those who have been following this in the news, right now during summer programs, the county has said cohorts of up to 12 students can meet, but there can be no movement from cohort to cohort for 3 weeks. Well, if we stay under that plan, that definitely is something next to impossible to do, you know, in our traditional way of looking at things. And it's things like that that, in that sense, could price reopening out of a possibility. That the costs of what it would take to meet the requirements might make reopening in person not doable. Or one of the things that the reopening committee looked at was the possibility that it perhaps would be certain, a focus would be on certain populations or certain courses. So special education as an example of a special population, or certain courses, those courses which perhaps are more hands-on, where there's like CTE or science, where there's some hands-on components, and versus English classes, which perhaps would continue to be remote. So these are great questions. You know, the idea of social distancing on campuses, and how many students can you have in a room, and you know, based on the average size of the classes in our district, it doesn't seem like you can do social distancing with any more than 12 students at a time. I think the great challenge, going back to the issue though of stable cohorts, is how do you change classes? Can you do passing periods and those kinds of things? So those are issues that, you know, ultimately we can make plans for, but we can't lock into one until we have that guidance.
So to Stacy's point, is August 12 realistic? I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces here.
There is, and you know, I know of at least one district in the county that's already signaled that they already believe that they're going to have to start in a remote only fashion. I hold out hope that the county guidance is going to come earlier than July 1, that it will come, you know, next week, and hopefully more towards the beginning, not towards the end, and that could inform things for us further. I mean, the difficult thing is, though, you hate, I agree that we don't want to do something that's not done well, but you hate not to call off that as a possibility earlier than you have to, because, you know, there for I think, I don't know if it was the beginning of this week or sometime during last week, I think the California Academy of Pediatricians said the threat of not having school in person is a greater health threat to young people than COVID-19.
Yep.
And so, you know, trying to balance those things out is not easy. And that's why I'm glad I had the 5 of you to help, you know, help in the process of figuring this out.
Well, Bob, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kiki.
Oh, I was just gonna say, at least from my perspective, being a teacher and waiting on the same guidance, I mean, in general, like we're never ready, you know, like we're just, no matter what, no matter how great our plans are, no matter what, this is something new. And there will be a sense of like, we're not quite ready. But I think what Dr. Bravo just shared about like, if we can just get people on campus, if we can do that safely, I want to do that. But the question I had was, I remember in our conversations kind of earlier on, there was a question around, you know, kind of monitoring and keeping track of for which students did distance learning work well, and for which students did it not work well, and what have been the learnings through that, and to what extent do we know what those differences are?
Well, some of the early indications that we have is that we have every reason to believe that the same pattern that's played out across the country is playing out here. And that is that for students who already do relatively well in school, they did better under distance learning. And for those students that as it is struggle, they did, their outcomes were much poorer. So I think that distance learning, based on like the data, like that from the student surveys, et cetera, I do think that there is a strong theme that for many students that they do find synchronous learning opportunities to help them stay motivated and stay engaged in a way in which asynchronous does not. And there's some indication in the academic literature that synchronous specifically is better for those students that struggle with online learning.
So Bob, I would encourage that in this short amount of time that you have to implement whatever guidance, whatever decision gets made in this first gate, that you put more go, no go gates along the way so that we kind of know whether or not we can really open up in person safely. And, you know, I'm a big believer in, you know, you make a good plan and you get the value in great execution, right? Don't sacrifice the good for the great, whatever your quote is. And that's what this is going to take. And communication is going to be critical because there's just going to be a lot of confusion around there. So I think we have to look at this from if we get the decision from Dr. Dewan, whenever we get that decision, and it's let's do hybrid, we're going to have in person and we're going to have whatever. I think we have to have some gates along the way as to whether or not we can do in person safely and open by August 12th. And that's just how you keep everybody on the journey, keep everybody informed, and you know when decisions need to be made.
Thank you.
I have a couple. Sorry, Stacey, go ahead.
No, just one more thought on that. Just on having the students and staff return in person in the fall. You know, we've got to have a way of tracking who comes every day, and everybody has to take that CDC survey, self-assessment health survey before they come onto a campus. So we have to have a way of you know, monitoring that, capturing that information. There's a little bit of IT involved in all of this stuff because, you know, if God forbid we do have somebody test positive in our community, we got to do all that contact tracing. We got to shut things down. We got to do all the deep cleaning, and so we have to be ready for that as well. I just want to point that out.
My quick thoughts are, you know, this is an all hands on deck situation. So if we as a board are a blocker because you need a contract for something or to approve whatever, like let us know. We need to have those meetings. Second one, I mean, I agree with you in this is definitely not ideal, right? Having two separate programs is bad. It is unequivocally bad. And I don't know if we have any choice over it. That's the world we are in now because of this global pandemic. So I think our task, in my opinion, is to just do it the best we can and try to make sure that, given what we've learned in kind of the trial period in the spring, how can we do it in a way that kids aren't falling through the cracks? The other thing I just wanted to bring up is I am very concerned about what this does for the entire high school experience of our incoming freshmen. If you start, let's say we don't come back at all in the fall, which I think is personally where I think it's probably going to head. How do you start your freshman year at Prospect or Westmont or any of our schools, and come back whenever we're allowed to come back in a strong way? I know a couple parents have reached out and said, if there's I don't know if we're doing special communication to the families of freshmen, but if we're not, I think we need to be. I think we need to probably invest heavier in whatever type of in-person stuff we can do. So it's not like they're just going from middle school onto this weird laptop experience. Because I think that's going to hit them down the line.
Thank you.
Yeah. Board, anything else on this topic before we move on? Great. Thank you, Dr. Bravo. All right, so our next item is 16B, a discussion of partial tax renewal. Just to catch everyone up who wasn't here last time or watching last time, this is an item to talk about a potential parcel tax on the November election. We currently have a parcel that is $85 a year that expires at the end or in the middle of the 2023 year. And there's 3 election opportunities to try to get a renewal. I think we gave Dr. Bravo some thoughts. Do you want to start, Dr. Bravo?
Sure. And just in terms of cost, or what it would cost, just for your reference, the estimate that we have from the County Registrar of Voters is that the cost of placing an initiative on the ballot, and it's based on the number of registered voters within our district. And so it's a unit price per, and when you do the math, it comes out to, the estimate was $163,000. And then costs in legal services to the district around just making sure that the language is correct, et cetera, would be approximately $10,000. So, putting that two together, the cost is about $173,000. I did talk with one election consultant around the question of what does it look like when your initiative includes language that the parcel is in effect until ended by voters. And the perspective of this consultant was that that was a positive thing, and would advise that if we're going forward to renew a parcel without increasing it, that makes a lot of sense to use that language until ended by voters. I also had an informal conversation with President and Vice President of CUHSD, just to get their take on if it made sense to put this on the next ballot, and their feelings. And again, this is an informal conversation, no formal action taken, but was that it did make sense. Although they did have concerns about the viability.
Could I get clear about the until ended by voters? So there'd be something in the ballot language that, rather than saying that it is a permanent parcel tax, the language would be this parcel tax will continue until ended by voters. And then what kind of a ballot initiative would end it? Who would bring it?
That's a great question. And I don't have the lawyer with us tonight, but I think that would be a question for council.
I'll just jump in. I think it makes sense to do still. I think there is a cost associated, but I think it'd take a step back and look at the long-term financial health of our district. It is crucial that we get this renewed, whether it's for a certain amount of time or with no sunset, or we need to find $5 million extra to come up with soon. I think it's an investment. I also would add that because we have moved to trustee elections and we did that as a board and we're not sued, we saved some money there. And because we don't have to run our trustee elections across our district, there are savings associated with that as well, that we're making this year because we only have 2 trustee areas up for election. The last thing I'll say is in this time of instability, it is going to be very important the next few years to have stability and be able to plan. And if this is something we can count on, it I think opens up a lot of possibilities for raises or bringing back programs or whatever the district, more PPE, whatever the district needs over the next few years. So I'm in support of trying.
So I agree with Kalen in terms of putting it on the November ballot. But I want to point out, I don't think this is additional monies. This is protecting, when we talk about the budget a little bit later on, there's a big ominous piano hanging over our head on a thin rope of having to renew this parcel tax. So the earlier we can do it and secure that, the better in our long-term planning. And I think you got to take as many at-bats as it takes to get it done. I totally get when a parcel tax fails, it just sucks. And I can tell you from when that happened to us in Cambrian, it took 4 years before anybody was even willing to think about putting another tax initiative on the ballot. And then we couldn't get anybody to work on the campaign because nobody wanted to put that much effort in and have that heartbreak of losing again. So it's hard to bounce back from that. But, one of the things that I like to talk about when I get the chance to give the Lawrence J. Hill Award and sneak in a couple of comments is I tell the graduating seniors, there's going to be bumps along the way. There's going to be obstacles and there's going to be failures. And when that happens, don't give up. And Winston Churchill once said, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. So I think it's really important for us to just keep going, get back on the horse, put the renewal on now. I think no frills, just straight renewal. Don't make it complicated. Let's get it done, and then we can look at what might come after that, and we'll see what the pulse of the community is.
I want to put it on the record that I was really, really, really positive that the other one would pass, and it didn't. So I want to come out on this one and say I'm not really for it, thinking that would get it to pass. But the one thing that came up about going on forever or until voters stop it tends to get the Jarvis group fired up. So just know that. Doesn't mean that they will, doesn't even mean they'll notice, but that's one of the things that they look for. And then Kaylin, around what you said, the trustee areas, did that finalize yet? Did every piece of that get taken care of?
To my knowledge, it's close.
It's close. Okay.
Well, sorry, we have done everything that we need to do.
Right.
The county has not sorted it yet. They're working through all the counties, and I think we're up soon, from what I understand it.
Yeah, but you don't have to pull papers until like the middle of July, so they still have a couple more weeks, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to pull papers at all. So yeah, I certainly think that going on this one could be a good idea. I don't think it'll pass. Again, saying that so that it does, since the last time it didn't work.
I am still in support of putting it on with minimal effort. I don't really have anything to add. It's pretty.
I think we have a good window of time in terms of the appreciation that people are expressing for teachers at the moment, because everybody's staying home and seeing distance learning and seeing what it takes is getting a much better appreciation. This piece was in the paper. Think how much teachers are doing, creating lessons, emailing, calling students, comforting parents and children, advising how to homeschool, conducting Zoom sessions. Many teachers are also homeschooling their own children as well. This time, let's thank the teachers. I think there's kind of a mood that is receptive to what we do right now.
So board, it sounds like this is something we may want to see in our July meeting for action. Does that sound right?
Yeah, what I would like to suggest is that we just go ahead and put together whatever we have to vote on in July, right? Because the cutoff date is in August. Let's have it ready for that July 16th meeting. We can have the conversations like we did on what we might want to, any wording we might want to change in the ballot measure and things like that. But I think plain vanilla renewal for whatever it is. We do them for 8 years, renewal for 8 years. Let's not get fancy. Let's not give anybody anything to say no to.
All right. Bob, do you have enough direction from us?
Yes.
Okay. Board, around 2 hours, usually I ask if people want to take a 5-minute recess. Is that something people want to do?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's come back at 8 p.m. at 7 minutes.
Okay.
All right. All right, trustees, we'll come back in 1 minute. And when you come back, if you just turn on your video so we know you're back, and then we'll get started. All right, we are all back. So let's call this meeting back to order. It is 8 p.m. We now move into consideration of item 16C to discuss and consider the approval of resolution 59061820, denouncing racism and white supremacy, supporting the equity, well-being, and safety of Black people, and declaring that Black Lives Matter. Trustee Airdsmith,
before we begin, I have a statement that I would like to read because this has really gotten to me over the last couple of weeks. Just something I'd like to share. The last time we talked about an issue like this, I remember Stacy read a statement and I had to come to that meeting from the hospital rather poorly prepared. And tonight there's just something I would like to say. Is it all right with you if I do that?
Yeah, is it okay if Trustee Airdsmith introduces it first so people know what it is, and then you can do your statement?
Well, my statement isn't directly, it doesn't address anything directly in the item, but go ahead.
Okay, Trustee Airdsmith.
Okay, so as I'm sure all of us know, there have been a lot of injustices that have come to light. And over the past couple of weeks, I've been thinking a lot, the words of Desmond Tutu keep coming to me of, if you are neutral in times of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. And we know that what happened to George Floyd was not just, that what happened to Breonna Taylor, to Ahmaud Arbery, to so many others is not okay. And what's happening to Black people across our country is unjust, and that we have a problem. I chose this to write this resolution because although actions matter a lot more than words, words do matter. And that even though it seems ridiculous that we do have to declare it, it is important for us in the seats that we hold to declare that Black Lives Matter. When I, started to look at resolution language, I looked at neighboring school districts, and so a lot of the language came from the great work of other school board members who had written some before me, namely Jose Magaña in San Jose Unified and Jorge Pacheco Jr. in Oak Grove School District. And in writing it, I was humbled to have the opportunity to speak with students from the Black Student Union, the active chapters at 3 of our high schools, in addition to one student who is hoping to start one at her school. And so I'm really thankful that I got to just take the time to listen and kind of hear their ideas about what our district can do to better support Black students in our schools. From them, I heard kind of 3 main themes. There were lots of different types of stories, but the 3 main themes that kind of popped out to me were the first thing that almost all of them mentioned as the number 1 problem was the use of racial slurs, and that they're being used commonly. They're heard almost daily in some of their experiences, and just hearing different potentially different adults on campus who don't know exactly how to intervene or how to take care of it. One student shared that she had, been called a racial slur, got upset about it, and was the one who ended up getting in trouble. And so those types of things cannot happen. The second theme was needing more curriculum that reflects the history, so that they can see not just the oppression of Black people, but the successful Black people that there have been, and also to be able to understand the impact of those derogatory slurs and that impact of stereotypes and the implicit bias that we all have. One student shared that in history classes, students only learn about the oppression of Black people, and said nothing good that they ever did. And that was directly from students. They wanted, one of them mentioned wanting to read more African-American authors. The third theme was that students really yearn for staff members who are Black. One student mentioned that she has never had a Black teacher ever in her educational trajectory, and that having that person to be able to relate with just does so much more for them. And so I learned a lot from the students. I shared the resolution draft every time I met with them, made more revisions, shared it with them. I was able to share it with our student board members. And I wanted to make one note that I specifically did add in the parts about calling specifically out white supremacy, because I know that, you know, we have this huge problem. It's glaring in our face. And we can't really take steps to solve it unless we're willing to really look that root of the problem in the face, which is a system that was built on the backs of people of color in order to center the narrative, the culture, the language, the customs, ways of life of white people. In doing so, these structures work to keep people in power. And I acknowledge that I, as a white person, benefit from a racist system. And that as I engage in the process of unlearning and uncovering my blind spots, my actions and words may be racist, even when I don't intend for them to be. And so, you know, we all are making mistakes, and we need to keep learning and keep holding each other accountable. I think a lot, again, of Maya Angelou. I just love these quotes. I think about them a lot, but do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. So we as a collective, we know better. We can't ignore it. So we must now do better. So what you have in front of you is kind of the final product of a lot of those different conversations, the input and feedback from lots of our different students. And I believe that represents our duty in our positions to publicly state support of our Black community and specifically denounce racism and white supremacy. So that's what you have in front of you tonight.
Thank you, Kiki. So is it okay for me to begin?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. It should not have taken the death of George Floyd and so many others to shake us to our core. I thought the horrific case of Sandra Brand last May would have done that. And yet even her name is getting lost in all that has followed since she was found hanging in her jail cell after being stopped for a very minor traffic violation. She was on her way to a new job, and everyone should Google her name and see the picture from her LinkedIn account of her bright and hopeful face. But her death was ruled a suicide. I have no words for that. The words that matter came from George Floyd's brother. I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. And as I watched him, my mind flew back to scenes from my childhood that my mother could not explain. I grew up being taught to respect my elders, but my mother finally said, it's simply a fact that the world was filled with people who have no idea how to treat other people. Some of them are adults, and their behavior cannot be explained, and their behavior cannot be excused. The childhood scene that is branded in my brain is seeing adults with distorted faces screaming at the children we now call the Little Rock Nine. Many years later, I had the privilege of meeting Melba Beals and hearing her describe precisely what her experience had been then and in the days afterward. And then there was Medgar Evers, who made a big impression on me. I was a sophomore in high school at the time. And that was the first time I learned about Emmett Till, and that had happened when I was a child. And then there was Bull Connor and so on, topped off by the racism embedded in the draft for Vietnam. If you were Black or poor, you were 1A. I've ridden the train many times between St. Louis and New Orleans, and that's something anyone in America should do if they don't think they've seen poverty face to face. The train runs through that world. And on it goes up to the present day. But I am hopeful that George Floyd's terrific last minutes have opened the floodgates to change. Sometimes everything turns on one transformational event. I was hoping that would be true when I listened to Emma Gonzalez, the young woman from Florida who nailed us to our seats as she spoke about gun violence. And yet I am hopeful because I have to be. We all have to be. Yes, there's been a lot of progress in my lifetime, but not nearly enough. And even progress on the legislative side does not always mean progress in people's hearts and minds. We need a cultural reset, and that's something schools are well positioned to do. If we continue as we are, America's tombstone will read, according to one journalist, out of many, just bits and pieces and fragments. We can't let that happen. And I want to say that for all of those reasons, I would like to make a request of my fellow board members. Because these documents are so important, I would like to have the time between now and our next meeting for all of us to study them carefully, preview some of the materials that are mentioned, have a chance to make any additions we might want to see. As Stacy said earlier tonight, I'd rather do it right than do it fast. I think this is a big thing, and I really want to be sure that we have a living, breathing document that we can take as it stands for a long time out. And that's all I've had to say. Thank you.
Kiki, thanks for taking the time to put this together. I was blessed in hearing somebody speak this week or this last weekend that said, "What would Jesus say? Black Lives Matter." And I couldn't believe more solidly in that. Black Lives Matter. And I think the country came together when the horrific incident over George Floyd. There were many more before it that should have brought us together, but that one seemed to be the one. I'm glad to report, and I'm going to share this little short story about coming to work for Allstate 33 years ago. At that time, there were African Americans on the board, in senior leadership positions, somebody in a wheelchair, and several women. It continues to be that way with this company. I'm very proud to be a part of it. Current president, African American. He's a very smart man. Didn't matter that he was African American, just happens to be. I'm in agreement with Linda, because I think there's a couple things that I would change just a little, and I'm not a grammatical guy, that's for sure. But if we're going to move forward, I have a couple things I want to talk about that might make some word choices.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that this is very important. I support this. I'm not going to talk too much about that, about what I was going to say around that right now, but I agree with Linda on this resolution and on the next resolution. I think that bringing it back at a later board meeting, give us as a board more time to contemplate them would be a good thing, and I would support that.
So, oh, go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, I think first just saying a very deep thank you to Christina, who I know put hours and hours into this resolution, and it not just between her and a Google Doc, right, but went out and talked to students and adapted some of the best resolutions from other districts and made it something that really I think is needed here. I think it is becoming more and more clear to more and more people that there is a deep sickness that runs through this country since the day it started and still continues to exist today, and that we're not even close to where I think we can and should be. And it's not enough to be not racist. You need to be an active anti-racist. You need to help deconstruct systems that lead to prejudice results. And I think although this board has done some of that work, we still have miles and miles to go. And so I'm fully in support of this resolution. I actually do not think we should table it. I think that if there are things at the margins that we need to change, let's go ahead and edit them now. I come to the board meeting having fully read everything, we get the stuff on Friday. That gives us days to read it. And I think that tabling this does send the wrong message to our students who are watching us and looking to us for leadership, whether intentional or not. I'm not saying that there's any ill motives behind that request, but I do think it sends the wrong message to our community.
Kaylin, it's a point well taken. And I apologize, but I couldn't look at this really until this morning because I have been hammered literally for 3 weeks, putting in 10, 12-hour days on my campaign to try to wrest some dollars out of the city for Metro Ed. You have no idea. I mean, literally I'll get to 5 in the afternoon and realize I haven't eaten anything. So I thought of a few things that I thought I would like to include, and I don't feel at my best. The last time I brought something completely whole cloth before this board, you told me that it wasn't collaborative, that we needed to be collaborative. And so I was just hoping for an opportunity to be able to join the party a little bit. And as I sit here right now, I'm utterly done in. So I just want to be at my best to maybe add what I'd like to add to this.
Does it make sense? Well,
So
Kaylin's, go ahead, Christina, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's what I was going to say, is that I do feel strongly that do need to do something tonight, because if we table it, that means that we're not saying something. Whether there's a plan to bring it back, or like we kind of know what the intention is. I guess like Kaylin said, it just, I think, sends the wrong message. I also think that we do want to take time to figure out, what to do. I think this resolution, although it outlines some things that we do and we want to make sure are true, it's not necessarily giving a lot of new guidance or new actions. I think it is very much a statement that I feel strongly that we do need to make tonight. But I'm curious to hear if there are any kind of, whether we can edit now or figure out some way to approve something tonight and have some more time to work more collaboratively on another night and bring something else back that we could then modify it, or some sort of compromise. But I do just feel strongly that there needs to be a statement from our board tonight.
So, I'm going to say what I was planning to say about this, and that is that Christina, thank you for writing this and putting this effort into it. And I think it's beautifully written, and I think it's the right message, and I think it's important. And I think these conversations are really hard to have. And I said that 2 years ago when our student board members, first brought that stinging report to us about the amount of racial slurs that were happening in our schools. And it's a difficult conversation that we all have to be willing to have. And I'm going to tell you from my perspective why it's hard for me to have this conversation, because I can empathize with Black people who are victims of racism, because I'm a Jew. And I grew up spent the bulk of my adult life hiding in plain sight, because when I was a young woman traveling in the South, I got scared to death. My life got threatened just for being a Jew. And when my kids were born and my oldest started going to school, and he very much identified as a Jew, and he was that kid who would tell everybody at school, yeah, I'm Jewish. And it's very hard to hide in plain sight when your kid is telling everybody that you're Jewish. So, I had to make this decision about whether I was going to let fear rule my life, and whether I was going to pass that down to my children, or whether I was going to learn how to stand up and say, yeah, I'm a Jew. So I understand that I have that empathy, and Jews actually have a long affinity with the Black community. We marched for civil rights. We worked very much together with Dr. King back in the day. So so I think this is beautifully written, and I think the big thing that with what I struggle with in terms of having this conversation and having the broader conversation, I think what I've learned over the past several months with what's been going on is that white privilege doesn't mean that your life hasn't been hard. It just means that the color of your skin isn't one of the things that's making it harder. And so I think it's really important that every leader, every elected leader, every community leader, everyone says this: Black lives matter. Period. End of sentence, end of paragraph, end of comment.
Do our student board members have anything? I think earlier one of you said you wanted to speak on the resolutions.
Well, I agree with Trustee Ayersmith and President Gallagher on needing to say something or on this resolution and the following one, because if we don't, whether or not that's the intention, our community will receive the message that this is not important enough, or the board doesn't feel comfortable enough having this discussion, that they're not willing to make a decision tonight. This week, I watched an interview with writer, educator, and poet, Dr. Clint Smith. And in this interview, he put the ongoing protest against centuries of systemic racism and police brutality into historical context. He also brought up the topic of proactive empathy in regards to what it means to be an anti-racist. In his words, proactive empathy demands learning, demands listening, it demands thinking about experiences that exist beyond your own and taking those seriously. In this regard, I think it's essential for all non-Black people of color to reflect on the roles and repercussions of colorism in their communities, and for white people to reflect on the issue of white supremacy and how they explicitly and implicitly benefit from it. Everyone must ask themselves, how far are they willing to go? What privileges are they willing to let go of for racial and economic equity and justice? So I think having these conversations that are difficult and can be uncomfortable for a lot of people is part of that process. So I thank Trustee Ayersmith for reaching out to students, especially Black student leaders, on this resolution, and I fully support it.
I'm going to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion by me and a second by Christina. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of this, and I agree with making the statement. And I think we have to, like I said, we have to say the words Black Lives Matters, and that's it. But given that, I do want to give Trustee Goitia and Trustee Varich an opportunity to add to these beautiful words if they feel strongly about that.
Well, okay, like I said, I haven't had much time, but on 16C, which is the one we're looking at, under the second whereas, I think the only thing that concerns me is that I don't, in the interest of wanting to affirm the Black Lives Matter movement, I don't want to do that at the expense of making any other groups in our school system feel left out. We have a number of groups that experience this kind of pain. And I think that if we're about inclusion, we have to be careful that in the interest of addressing one problem, we don't create another one. So I kind of think the line, each time barriers to any one group's potential have been erected. And I think that's true. any one group. I mean, look at the Cesar Chavez movement, for example, and what came out of that. I mean, anytime barriers have been erected to any one group, and those barriers have come down, or those barriers have been in place, either way, our society has suffered or else gotten better. So I would just like to not marginalize anybody or any child sitting before us.
Um,
I think, Linda, the last whereas on that first page does acknowledge that a little bit, of that stating that Black Lives Matter does not negate our commitment to all members of our community. But I do think that we are specifically right now talking about Black people and police brutality against Black people. Now, that's not to say that other people have not experienced hardship, like, you know, Stacy was talking about. You know, she has some level of empathy because she has been able to feel outside or alien, or, you know, had feared for her life. Right now, this problem is more global, and I think this resolution and this conversation, at least from my perspective and from what I've been hearing, is specifically about our Black community.
Yeah, I would concur with Kiki, because I think I mean, we're looking at two different resolutions tonight, and I'm okay with keeping this focused on affirming Black Lives Matter. You know.
Yeah, I think more of the, go ahead, Kaylin.
I think I would also add that I think society as a whole understands that in this movement, it is not saying that other groups do not face similar circumstances, racism, white supremacy in America. So I don't think there's gonna be many people who think, oh, you passed this, therefore you don't care about group X, Y, or Z. I don't think that's part of the dialogue that people are in today.
Well, I think for me, what this says is that, yes, you know, like I said, I can have empathy because I've had some of this experience. I know what living in fear is like, but I don't know what living in fear is like because of the color of my skin. I was, you know, still able to have, you know, that white privilege because of the color of my skin. And I think it's really important at this moment in time with what's going on that we really do take the moment to just make it about Black Lives Matter. We shouldn't say anything other than Black Lives Matter. And I'm okay with doing that in this resolution.
An area
that said, as board president, you know, if there are ideas about changes, we need to do it through motions. So it say something to the effect of, I move to amend blah, blah, blah in this way. If you have a second, then we will vote on it.
Okay, I move that the fourth whereas, well, I want to make sure I've got them all.
Robert, why don't you just do them one at a time?
Well, if we have to do it in the matter of a motion, if Linda's got something else she wants to bring up, then we've passed it without that motion.
Yeah, we've never done it that way before.
Yeah, multiple amendment motions.
Yeah, we've usually talked about things and then kind of done it all together.
Okay.
And so, you know, I'm good with what you said, so that's fine. The only other thing that I saw that I thought, just in terms of my responsibility, I needed to call out was on the last page, the third from the bottom, be it further resolved. I would simply like to, until we can put it back next week, take out the words, the work of the Black Lives Matter Global Network, because I haven't had an opportunity to preview any of those materials. And any time that we have textbook adoption, or anytime a teacher wants to add a novel to their curriculum, it always has to come before the board for approval. So I feel more comfortable, I just haven't had an opportunity to look at it first. It just seems to me it's something that we're required to do. So.
That was one I made a note next to as well. It just, I haven't done anything with the Black Lives Matter Global Network or had a chance to research what the work is that they're doing. So I'd like to look at that. The other one I had was on the second page, the fourth whereas from the bottom, or a better way to say it is the second whereas from the top. Everything's great, and racial bias in, it says all systems and institutions that they encounter. And I don't know that all is the right word. Takes me back to one of my high school teachers that said infinite takes on too much, but I think the word many, I think there's many institutions where there's a problem with this. So I move to include that change. The one that says that, and then it continues there, it says, and that they encounter, including our school district. I'm hoping that if a board member has some instances of our district has been racially biased, I've heard that students have heard it. I've heard that teachers have been concerned about things, but I haven't heard it's the school districts. The school district is doing that. So I think it should end it that they encounter semicolon and move to the next whereas.
So, was that your final one, or do you have more?
That was it. The other
Okay.
one I researched a little bit more and did some, but I, like Kaylin, read this early, but the Black Lives Global Network, there's a lot of information to try to digest and see that I'm agree with all of their points.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on that one.
I think I personally, if we take out the global network part and that will get it to pass, that is a friendly amendment to me. I can share a little bit more about why I think that for the second one that you mentioned, Robert, why I do think that it is all systems and institutions, including our school district. I think I've heard from students that microaggressions happen. Just because we're not necessarily hearing about them doesn't mean that they're not happening. And I think as long as we have a staff that is predominantly white in the school district, I don't think that means that the district as a whole, at least the way that I see this wording, is that it's not the district as a whole is doing these things as a policy, but that these things do exist because it is a system with people who have implicit biases. Because people have implicit biases and are in a system, any system, including our school district, a lot of these things are going to continue to happen until people have no more blind spots, until people have no more implicit bias, which I don't think that we have arrived there. So that's kind of how I was thinking about it.
Do you think the word many instead of all fits just before that?
I would like to jump into that, and I would disagree with that, because I don't think that's saying like all systems in all of the world that exist, but in all the systems that Black people encounter, that is true. So I would disagree in replacing all with many.
I don't think we can speak in that infinite, that all. I don't. That's all. I don't think it's all. But.
And is that according to your own experience or experiences of Black people that you've talked to?
Experiences of my family and friends that are African American.
Probably, hold on a second. Am I muted or am I not muted? I'm not muted, okay. What Robert may be referring to is that they used to teach us in writing classes that absolutes are always untrue, that there are no absolutes. And so we were always steer away from using language that left absolutely no room for exception. So that may be what he's referring to. It was in our philosophy classes, psychology classes, writing classes. It was a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the instead of all or many? Or just in systems and institutions, just delete all.
Yeah. Works. Sure.
Absolutely.
That's a great grammar fix.
Yep. It was really just about all.
Trustee Airdsmith, it's your resolution, so I can withdraw my motion and you can make a new one.
I can make a motion to approve this with the deletion of the word all in the second whereas on the second page, and deleting the including the work of the Black Lives Matter Global Network on the fourth to last, be it further resolved.
I wholeheartely second that.
All right, so we have our new motion and a new second. Let's go to discussion. I have a question, Bob.
Yes.
I think that therefore be it resolved is really important around providing safe spaces and making sure that our students have the access to the best materials and guidance and curriculum, many of which will come from potentially the Black Lives Matter Global Network, some which may come from something else, right? Removing that line doesn't exclude us from using materials from that network.
It would not.
Okay.
It would not exclude us from that.
And I did not hear us taking that out to say we 100% do not want this used. No one's advocating for that. Is that correct?
No, I absolutely think the Black Lives Matter movement is doing great things, but I don't there.
All right, so do you have a motion and we have a second? Is there any more discussion before there's a vote? Okay, Dr. Bravo, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Yes. Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. And for those watching, it is hard to group edit documents, so thank you for bearing with us during this.
And he has to talk about it together, except here. So
Yeah.
this is where the talking about it together happens.
I want to move into 16D to discuss and consider the approval of resolution 6006-1820 in support of racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity.
That's me, right?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool. So we just talked about the fact that we made a very public declaration that matters and that words matter, but that actions matter more. And so this was my thought, and I kind of talked to Kaylin about it a little bit, and again, took the input and feedback from my with students for us to actually move this into some real action. I think we have a lot of pockets where these really hard conversations, like you mentioned, Stacy, they're really hard and we need to have them. And I think it's time where we still see huge gaps in subgroups of our students. We need something or someone who has their role or their function explicitly towards studying, monitoring, analyzing, helping with professional development around issues of racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity. And so my thought here was in separating the two resolutions. We have the one that's specifically about Black Lives Matter. This one is including all of our groups who have been, you know, disenfranchised, disadvantaged, including, you know, students who are racial minorities, students who come from low-income families and low-income neighborhoods, our language learners, our diverse learners who still are having these gaps. And I thought that I don't know what the best way is to do that. And kind of to your point of, I want to do it well and not just do it fast. The idea is to direct Dr. Bravo here with his staff and really smart people to come back to us with some ideas about what do those actual action steps look like, whether it's a committee, whether it's a person, whether it's something else that I haven't thought of. And bring back a recommendation for us so that we can actually have teeth to what we're saying. I really drew on our guiding principles, the ones that stuck out the most. I mean, all of them really did, but particularly equity, not giving up when things get hard, and being accountable for continuous improvement. I think this is an area where we need to really step on the gas to get things going even more. And so collaborated a little bit with Kaylin to bounce some ideas off of each other. And yeah, so this is why you have that in front of you.
Yeah, and if I could add really quick, I think, you know, at the beginning of this process, I think it was an understanding that this is going to take some time, and a conversation with Dr. Bravo around, you know, is August 27th feasible given all the stuff that's going on, right? What would that look like for a board workshop? And I think too, even though we are not coming back potentially in the fall, I think there's what, a 0% chance we're coming back like normal, right? I think a lot of the things that we really need to focus on are just going to be elevated and heightened in our next school year. So I don't think there's time to wait. What this does is it gives them clear direction to come back to us with ideas, thoughts, so that we can have that deep conversation and see what resources and time to put towards it.
So, you know, this is important work. I agree with you. We have to do more. The whole world is watching, right? But I'm kind of a realist, and I look at the monumental task ahead of us of just reopening school. And we don't know if we have all the resources we need to do that. We don't know, you know, there's so many unknowns there. And so I think I don't think it's the right thing for us to do right now to time box when Bob should come back to us with his recommendations. You know, I think that the way that you're successful in execution is by focus. And I think our focus right now really has to be on how we reopen schools. So that's my first concern. My second concern, and I agree with you, Kiki, that we should have some permanent structures and things like that. But those types of things also go, you know, a lot of times require funding and budget, maybe people. And we're about to have a budget hearing tonight where we're cutting people out of our budget. So to now say, we're going to cut all these positions and we may even have to cut more depending upon what things look like in August. And now we're going to add more things. I think, you know, it's just, for me personally, it's hard to do that while we're trying to figure out how to keep our budget in balanced and strengthened. And then the last piece of this is that this is about equity. And I looked up equity in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and this is the definition: justice according to natural law or right, specifically freedom from bias or favoritism. And our guiding principle actually reads, we focus on equity to provide all students what they need to be successful. So I would really like to see this, this resolution be about all students, not just the ones that we're calling out, racially, socioeconomic, because this is where it is more about just Black Lives Matter. What about LGBTQ? What about, all that stuff? I don't think equity needs an adjective in front of it. I think it's just about equity. And I think that we do have to think across the spectrum about not just focusing on the equity for historically disadvantaged groups, but we have to look across the board for is our high school working for all of our students? So, that's my thought on this. I would love to jump into this. I just think it's very difficult to add more things onto the superintendent's plate right now when we're just trying to figure out how to open school again.
It's a big push to try and do that while this is going on. That August 27th date's tough. One of the things that you said, Kiki, about gaps reminded me of something, and I thought this is a great place to put it in because I heard it from many parents and students, and teachers, to be honest with you, that we did some things maybe without board input, maybe we did. I didn't see it, I didn't hear about it, but at Prospect High School, we did away with honors science. Well, unless you were on an AP course, you couldn't bring a student up that needed help to AP without the honors course. And it makes it impossible for somebody to make that leap from general ed to AP unless you were already on that track, unless you were already, and I think Linda's told us many times, you keep polishing and that thing, that student is gonna thrive. And so that's something we can talk about in this, but I think it puts too much on the superintendent at this particular moment because we already have in our principles that we're gonna think about all students. So with that, I'm gonna move to table this item.
I'll second that.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to respond. I hear that we want to support all of our students. I want that too. Right now, our schools are supporting some students better than others. And the majority of those students for whom school is working very well are the students for whom our 100-year-old educational model was designed for. And if we are working to make sure that every student has what they need, we need to recognize that the students named here are students who don't have what they need, and they need more, and they need something different. And until we're able to acknowledge that some students, because of structures both inside and outside of our schools, we're not going to be able to close those gaps in terms of focus. If we look at our data and we look at where our system is not meeting our students and our students are not having success, it's largely students in these subgroups, in these populations. And the way that I think about it is that I think we needed to do this like yesterday. And that in reopening schools, we just heard Dr. Bravo say that in distance learning, the students who are already doing well did even better. And the students who did not do well during school, which are these students that we're talking about right now, students of color, students from low-income backgrounds, students with diverse learning needs. Yes, we have subgroups of students in the LGBTQ community who are underperforming their peers who identify as heterosexual. All of these subgroups, those students need something additional. They need something that and I know that we have teachers, we have staff, we have people who are thinking about it. And I think we need to be thinking about it even more, especially as we are looking to figure out what school reopening looks like. The gaps that we had have been completely exacerbated by distance learning, by, you know, access not just to technology and devices, but actually understanding and having the ability to use the technology, to be able to have parents at home to help, all of these different things. The language ability, when you can't see somebody visually and you have to learn auditorily when you're in English, you speak a language other than English. And so, you know, and that might just be me as one board member, but that's where I'm coming from.
So Kiki,
I would tell you that I've seen teachers that have taken that into account, and I think certainly hear this. And I hate to go, I got to go back to this. I saw it in action with Kim, the president of CHSD. I mean, she did a project that was incredible and let the kids pick what they wanted to talk about, what they were passionate about, and they got to shine. It was so good. And she clearly said, this is something I'm trying to do, and it totally works. So hopefully we have enough of those people that are already working in this regard that
but see, that's the point, is hopefully we can't, which students are we okay with saying hopefully is good enough for some students and not for others?
Well, right now we're saying hopefully we have school in the fall, and hopefully our teachers are ready. Hopefully they have the planned PD, but we don't know yet. And that's what I need him to focus on. That's what I need our staff to focus on. And that's the only reason I'm pulling this. Yeah. I think we could talk about it some more, but I think we should pull it for that reason.
yeah, and Kiki, on the, you know, on my points about just making it just all students give, you know, and all that, I don't disagree with anything that you said. But I will tell you from my own experience and what I hear from parents in my community is that there are kids who are, who have white privilege, or kids who can go out for some Skittles and come home, not have to fear about not coming home, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're not getting what they need in our schools either. And they get overlooked because we tend to do these efforts that just focus on, you know, let's get to the kids who are in the most need. Well, every kid's in need. I think so. My approach is not to exclude anybody. It's to cast a wide net, is to have big transformational think. What do we have to do to address this for everybody? And then you prioritize who needs it most first. That's all I'm saying in my approach. And I agree with Robert about this is just not the time to be putting more things on the superintendent's plate. And it doesn't prevent us from not having the conversations as part of reopening school. It doesn't prevent us from asking our student board members to start having these conversations in the work that they're doing, and hearing what students are telling us, and start telling us, you know, more, providing that safe space for students to start telling us, you know, here's the places to start, right? So
I have a couple thoughts. I think I'm reminded of statements are easy, real change is hard, right? It is very easy to take a vote and say Black Lives Matter. It's another thing to put money, time, and resources behind actual change. All this resolution does is tells the superintendent, we want to talk about a plan for this in 2 months. That should not be scary. Our system is not perfect, but I do not think this is the time to protect the system that is leading to more Latino boys being expelled than their white counterparts. The A through G rates for our low-income students are less than 50%, whereas their non-A through G peers is much higher. There are real big things that are happening in our district today. And there's never a perfect time to do something, but if we don't, it's just going to continue.
Kaylin, I think if we do, it's still going to continue. I'm worried about if we open school and we're going to have kids on school, I'm worried about keeping them safe. I'm worried about keeping our teachers and our staff safe. I'm worrying about somebody in our community on our school site getting infected with COVID-19. That's what I'm worried about. And if
No, and that's, it's
think-
also
if you
disproportionately
think-
affecting communities
you-
of color, right? So a task that this committee could work on is how are we communicating in different languages around the threats of COVID, right? There are real concrete things that we need this group or person for tomorrow. We needed it 5 years ago.
Bravo, we've been talking about you and your ability to focus, and what are your thoughts on being able to come up with some ideas in 2 months?
And I would just say, I didn't ask to table it forever. I asked to table it and let him have an opportunity to open school.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, so hang on a second, so there's been a motion, there's been a second, can we call the question? Can we vote?
If you don't want to hear from Dr. Bravo first, you can make a motion to call the question.
Let's call the question.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second to call the question. As a reminder, you're voting on whether or not we're going to vote. Partly pro, we're going deep.
Wait, we're voting on what?
So you are voting on whether or not you want to vote on the motion to table, or if you want to continue to have discussion. So Linda, let me explain it in a different way. I'm explaining it poorly. Stacy made a motion to end discussion on the motion to table this item.
I see.
Robert seconded. Now we have to vote of whether we're going to close discussion or keep it open.
Got it.
I'm going to vote no because I want to hear what Dr. Bravo thinks, considering he's the one who'd have to do it. So, okay, we're going to take a roll call vote. The motion is to call the question.
Trustee Gallagher,
No.
trustee Goitia,
Yes.
trustee Brown,
Yes.
trustee Aerosmith,
No.
trustee Verich.
Yes.
All right, so with a 3-2 vote, the question has been called. So we are now going to vote on trustee Verich's resolution, or not resolution, his motion to table the resolution. Dr. Bravo, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
No.
trustee Goitia,
Yes.
trustee Brown,
Yes.
trustee Aerosmith,
No.
trustee Verich.
Yes.
All right, so with a 3-2 vote, the motion, the resolution is tabled. That's going to take us into item 16D to discuss or consider approval of resolution 6006-1820. Sorry, let me start over. 16E to discuss and consider the approval of resolution 6106-1820 in support of digital access and inclusion.
Me again. So, hello everyone again. So I mentioned this already a little bit, but since the pandemic started, we've seen these huge gaps in access to resources be exacerbated for our families and children in terms of technology and devices. Over the course of the last few months, school districts have really kind of be able to provide a lot of the hotspots, a lot of the devices in this immediate need. CUHSD luckily was able to do that for students and staff. That has not been the case across our county. We have about, the County Office of Education has done a recent assessment that 14,826 students are still in need of a device, and 9,000 families are without access to internet. And so I've been doing some work with other school board members, started something called the Digital Equity Coalition. We've been working with city council, county supervisors, because we've seen, because of budget, school districts cannot be the ones to pay for hotspots forever. That's not a long-term solution. And so in conversations that we're meeting with Dr. Dewan, our county superintendent of schools, every week as well, we were asking what else can school board members do? And she said, hey, it would be really great if all of the school boards across the county could pass this resolution in support of getting more of our elected officials through our local city and state governments to take more part and ownership in this solution, so that it's not just off to schools, because it's become so much more than just distance learning. You know, we have people who need to get their benefits online, who need to apply for things online. So many people are unemployed and need to look for employment online. We've got people who are in county programs who need to do requirements like take family classes in order to be able to earn rights back for custody. And so this is just a huge issue. And so the resolution that you have was actually drafted by Dr. Dewan's office. And I have submitted on behalf of my work with those people to you to support.
In honor of John Keating and the tech department who personally drove
yes
tech devices, hotspots,
yes.
and Chromebooks to our students' homes so that they would have them to study. I move to approve.
I second.
All right, so we have a motion by Robert, a second by Stacy. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Kiki, I want to thank you for your advocacy and your work with this coalition. And it's, you know, it's really important. And I also want to acknowledge some of the things you've been doing as a teacher in San Jose Unified, dealing with, did not have the luxury that we had, where we were already ahead of the curve by having devices and hotspots available for our families in need, and some of the work that you were doing just to get just to pull together whatever you could for your students. So thank you for doing this work, and thank you for bringing this resolution forward.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, it definitely was close to home because I still had students towards the end of the school year that didn't have devices still. And also, if you to get more involved or want to hear more about what's going on, we are hosting our second meeting this Saturday. You can let me know for school board members and anybody else who's interested, trying to really build out a diverse coalition to be tackling that problem. So you can let me know.
Yeah, this is really well done. Thank you.
All right, can we please have a roll call vote unless there's any other discussion? All right, Dr. Bravo. You're muted if you did not know.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 17A is to adopt resolution 5706-1820, a reduction or elimination of classified positions. This Meredith?
It is. I will speak to this. With your direction at the board workshop, we've been continuing to sort of move forward with the plans for preparing the budget for you all tonight. And part of that is this resolution that I'm bringing forward to you tonight, which includes additional elimination of position or reduction of positions. And there are three different groups here, classifications. We've got the custodial supervisor, which is a management position now, which will actually become a non-management role for those employees in that position. And then one personnel technician and one maintenance operation manager. And again, we have either alternative assignments or retirement for the employees who are in this position, in any of these positions, excuse me. So I think we just be asking you to approve the resolution.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Stacy. Any discussion from the board or from others? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move into a roll call.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. We're going to move really quick. Michelle always provides these really amazing guidance sheets, and I did not read it as closely as I should have earlier today. 17B should have been taken off the agenda when we approved it. So I'm going to move to table item 17B.
Second.
All right, so motion by me, second by Stacy. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, can we have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, so 17C, approve interim assistant superintendent of business services employment agreement with Barry Schimmel. Is this you, Dr. Bravo?
I think Mary's going to talk to this one also.
Great.
Sure, I'll introduce it. Again, as you all know, with Nancy Pfeiffer's resignation, we wanted to be able to have an opportunity to have an interim in the meantime for someone to come in and support us before we begin or launch a larger search. And so Dr. Schimmel, excuse me, is a retired education administrator who's worked in a variety of capacities, and we'd like to bring forward this contract for him to support us for at least a few months and in a sort of 2 to 3 day capacity as we move through some important things like any budget revisions and reopening of school and all the operations that go with that, in addition to supporting us as we start the search for the replacement.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, so a motion by me, a second by Stacy. Any discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, could we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Harrismith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. And we will move to 19A, a public hearing on the 2020-2021 proposed budget. Before we begin, there was a page or two of this budget that there's a scanning error, an upload error. And so a corrected version was uploaded shortly before this meeting, just as a heads up. And with that, Nancy, take it away.
Do I have the ability to share my screen? John? It says that I cannot share my screen.
All right, well, let's find John and then
Looking at it right now, it's
John's on.
two. Let me just try it now.
There we go.
Oh, I know what it is.
Okay, here we go. Hi, my name is Nancy Pfeiffer. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the Campbell Union High School District. The presentation is related to the public hearing that we're required to have prior to the board adopting their budget. This public hearing will cover multiple concepts of the budget, which is the review of what we expect the certification to be, the changes in major classification, multi-year projections, the district's ending fund balance, the general fund and other fund summary report. We're including the assumptions that we used to develop this budget, and we want to share with you what's also not included in this budget and what our next steps are going to be. So the district is requesting positive certification from the County Superintendent of Schools. A positive certification means that the district meets its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years. We're going to review, this is a similar presentation to the one we did during the board study session. The materials are very similar. What we've incorporated are a little bit more updated information, and of course the guidelines we received from you, the board, when we had the board study session. So as far as our local control funding formula, you can see that at our board study session, the board agreed not to account for any funding for the minimum state aid. The state is considering only taking $382,000 at this point in time. However, we know that as soon as the income taxes are due and the income does not materialize for the state or the federal government, that most likely the maximum that we could lose is the $3.8 million. So the board agreed with our assumptions not to incorporate any money from state aid. The EPA, which is Prop 30, we're expecting to receive $100,000 more. In property taxes, $3.6 million more. And in federal revenue, $300,000 more. In state revenue, a decrease of $900,000 for a total of an overall decrease of only $672,000. What's helping us now is that our minimum state aid of $3.8 million was basically covered by our increase in property taxes, at least for next year. Our next slide talks about specifically the federal revenue and what we expect to, where the additional money is coming from. And basically, the CARES Act is bringing in $600,000, which takes care of, in a way, the decrease in Title I, Title II, Title III, and in Title IV.
President Gallagher, is it appropriate to ask a clarifying question on this page or wait till the end?
No, go for it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Sure.
The Title I money, I thought we added more Title I, either schools or, and the number seems to go down this year. Is there a reason?
Yes, the federal government has not approved their budget. And we spoke to the federal, to the state who manages all of the federal funding for school districts. And they suggested that we account for the maximum decrease in federal revenue of 15%. So when the district is not getting additional money because we have more schools or more students, it's the same number of students, and just the money's being distributed now amongst 3 schools instead of just 1. But our numbers in Title I students have not gone up, just the qualification of the schools have now, 3 of our schools are now able to receive Title I funding. So there is a possibility that when we do get the final numbers from the federal government for Title I, Title II, and Title III, that 15% would go up. But we didn't want to start the year with money that it may be taken away. So for us, it's much simpler to come back to our coordinator of categorical programs and say, guess what, you have extra money, then start programs and then make promises to students, parents, community members, and then have to take money away from them. So this is a conservative approach by cutting 15% to each of the federal grants. And then we kind of recover some of it with the CARES Act, and the CARES Act, you may recall, we are using to cover the cost of CUHSD counselors. And so that funding has, so you see the revenue here, and then we'll show the expenditures. The other state revenue, there is this number of stirs and behalf, which actually I'm going to suggest for future presentations that it's really not a number that we need to share again, because it's a revenue line and it's an expenditure line, and it just it basically just cancels out. So truly, if you take this $1.1 million, we don't have a loss in $982,000. It's almost a break even on other state revenue. And then in local revenue, Sharon very politely shared with us that this decrease is not necessarily a decrease, but this is where we have donations, where we account for all of the stipends, that money we receive from the booster clubs to pay for the sports directors, sports activities, and so on and so forth. So we don't anticipate the money until we actually receive it. And then in leases and rentals, we are expecting to receive additional funding from one of our facilities that we plan to rent for parking spaces this year at Blackford. And then, I was afraid of that. We have our category, I'm sorry, we have, let me change the presentation. I'm sorry, this one is not showing the correct percentages. I apologize. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and just give me a second to download the correct presentation.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
And Nancy, just for clarification, the one that's uploaded to board docs is the correct one, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go ahead and share again. And I had it a second ago. Okay, let's try one more time.
Nancy, I do have it here if you want.
Go ahead, John, please.
Okay.
And I believe we were at the pie chart. There you go.
Yeah.
So in property taxes, we receive about 82% of our revenue. In other local, 8%. In other state revenue, 7%. And in federal revenue, 3%. So the charts that you saw with specific information about the different line items within those are now summarized in that pie chart. And the slide, John, is showing back to the first page, and it needs to follow the following page. After the pie chart, please. Okay, so then the next slide after the pie chart is we're going to talk about the expenditures, the changes in expenditures that we have. And we have an increase, we're estimating an increase of certificated salaries of $1.5 million, a decrease in classified salaries of $1.3 million, employment benefits, a decrease of $350,000, and that's related to the reduction in salaries for classified employees. Books and supplies, we're also estimating a decrease of $1.9 million, 2.4 in operating expenses, for a total decrease in expenditures of $4 million, estimated decrease of $4 million. Next slide, please. There's additional detail about certificated salaries and why there is an increase. And so there's detail from reassignment of 5 certificated management to teaching positions, staff attrition, off the salary schedule stipend of $5,000 for certificated staff, reduction of district office department budgets and site budgets. So that's where you see that there is an increase in expenditures, but is not as great because there's also decreases. Classified salaries, tonight, Meredith brought in a resolution to reduce management positions. And so some of those management positions are the reassignment of the 5 classified supervisors, the reduction of the 1 classified manager, and 1 classified confidential position. There's also the reassignment of 10 classified positions and reductions of district office department budgets under classified cost. So what I want to say about these classified reductions is that none of the individuals who would have been laid off are being laid off because we were able to find a reassignment for them from either positions from individuals who accepted the early retirement incentive program. So the impact, even though we have been able to reduce expenditures and classified salaries, not one person has actually lost their job. Next, please. Explanation of the differences in expenditures. We reduced the district office department budgets in the areas of books and supplies, operating expenses, capital outlay, and other outgo. So the next one, please. The general fund expenditure projections. Where do we spend most of our money? We spend 80% of our funding in salaries and benefits. We spend 3% in other outgo, other expenditures, capital outlay, very little, operating expenses, 14%, and books and supplies, 3%. The next slide will show us the general fund expenditures, which are unrestricted only. And when you only look at unrestricted revenues, 89% of our expenditures are salaries and benefits. That's why when you're looking at reducing expenditures, you're really looking at reducing staff. The next slide, please. So we have the assumptions for the next 3 years, actually 4 years. So in 2021, we're including a 4% property tax growth. As I shared with you, we're reducing $3.4 million from minimum state aid. We received the CARES Act. We included the CHSD, $5,000 off the salary schedule payment. We're increasing staffing by 4.4 special education teachers, 1.5 computer technicians, 1.5 special ed aides, and job developer coach of 0.75. The district also is contributing an increase of 3.5% to health and welfare benefits. Step and column increases for certificated is 1.25 and for classified 2.5. CalSTRS, there was a decrease rate from 18 to 16% because of the governor's contribution into that fund, and then CalPERS decrease rate of 22.6% to 20% for $318,000. So that's in 2021. That's our first year of the budget. The second year, if you can go to the next one, we don't have anything for property growth. We're continuing to not increase or take any money from the state for minimum state aid. The second year out, CHSD has an increase on the salary schedule of $1.8 million. We're also accounting for the certificated and classified step and column increases, district contribution for health and welfare benefits, CalSTRS decrease, and also CalPERS increase. Next. So year 3, similar 0% property growth, 3.4 reduction in minimum state aid, the compounding effects of on the salary schedule increase for CHSD, step and column, district contribution of 3.5%. So these are the assumptions we're using to develop our next year's budget. And then the fourth year, even though it's not necessary, we want to share with you because we're concerned about the potential loss in $4.8 million of the $85 from property taxes. And we're also increasing our property tax growth the fourth year out to 8.5%. We also are not accounting for any minimum state aid from the state. We continue with the compounding cost, and all of these things are similar in our multi-year projections. So the summary of all these words and all of these numbers is contained in the following slide. And this slide, I'm not sure if everybody can see it, but this is the slide that tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And that is if we're going to be able to maintain our 6% reserve, if we're going to receive positive certification. And from this information, you can see that in 1920, we're estimating that we're going to end the year with $18.5 million of unrestricted fund balance, $6.9 million of restricted fund balance, with a total fund balance of $25.5 million. That total of $25.5 million is going to help us next year, where we expect to deficit spend $647,000, which is our budget year. In unrestricted, deficit spend $1 million in restricted, and end our fund balance with a 17.8 unrestricted reserve fund balance, 5.9 in restricted, and 23.7 in a combined of both restricted and unrestricted. We continue to maintain a 6% reserve in our 2021 fiscal year. We move to 21-22. So you can see that we have an additional deficit spending. So our deficit spending goes from $2.2 million in unrestricted, or a total of $5.1 million, to $1.7 million. And then the year 21-22, our deficit spending goes up to $5.1 million. So that's because we are not anticipating any additional revenue from property taxes. So we continue to have a 6% reserve in 21-22. In 22-23, we dip a little bit into our 6% reserve. And so the reserve drops to 4.25%, still above the 3% required. Where it gets really, really dicey is the 23-24 year. And this is particularly impactful if the parcel tax doesn't get renewed. So this multi-year projection in the 23-24 year assumes that the $85 parcel tax is not renewed, and therefore we don't have a 6% or a 3% reserve that year. Now, the good news though is that we have 2021, 21-22, and 22-23 to make any necessary adjustments to be able to meet the financial obligation in 23-24 should the parcel tax not pass. The next slide shows how the fund balance is allocated. You'll see that the first year, 19-20, we have our 6% reserve of $7.3 million. We have $5.5 million that we use to balance our budget in the current and subsequent years. And so this just basically tells you the breakdown, which is the bottom of the multi-year projections. So the next slide, please. We're required by the state county office of education to inform them as to, if we're only required to have a 6% reserve, why do we have additional funding? So the breakdown of the fund balance is simply that $4.7 million is the money that we've set aside for the parcel tax set aside in case there's the first year of a soft landing. A revolving cash account of $20,000, and inventory we have $60,000, and the balance of $5.9 million is to balance our budget in the budget year and the 2 subsequent years. Next slide, please. This just breaks down the general fund in restricted and unrestricted, where the left side is unrestricted, and it shows you how much money we receive in parcel tax funding of $4.8 million. How much is the set aside for local control and accountability plan of $5 million, and the cost of transportation, which is approximately $1.4 million. So the total contributions from the general fund to restricted programs is $26 million. $20 million goes to special education. $3.2 million goes to restricted routine maintenance, and the rest of it is for categorical programs. So at the end of this year, we expect to have, again, a 23.78 fund balance. The next slide, please. So these are the other funds that the district also has. So the general fund we talked about. Adult education, we've heard a lot about what's happening with adult education. I'm pleased to inform you that adult education still has a fund balance, and that the revenue that we receive versus expenditure, they are deficit spending $361,000 from the beginning fund balance, which then leads to have an ending fund balance of $1.6 million. The best news, however, is in food services. When I first started in the district, the food services department was receiving a contribution of close to $700,000. And the director of food services has done an amazing job to the point where there is no contribution for the purpose of operating that program. The $50,000 contribution that you see here is a required contribution for meals that that parents cannot pay for or students cannot pay for. So the program cannot absorb that cost. And for the first time since I've been in this district, the food services department fund balance is going to end with a positive fund balance of $197,000. So not only are we not making a contribution, but they will have $197,000 that they can use so that the district does not have to make a contribution this fiscal year or the budget the year that we're working on. So I can't tell you enough how proud I am of the work that Rory McCarthy has done for this district. And so I'm just excited to report that he exceeded my expectations. I said, if you can bring it down to only $200,000, I will be happy. And he totally exceeded my expectations. The building fund, Fund 21, is where we house our bond money. And we still are going to have $143 million when we close the books this year, and we expect to spend a lot of it next year. The developer fees, we're expecting about $500,000 in revenue and about $500,000 in expenditures. The special reserve for capital outlay, we expect to spend about $559,000. We have a beginning fund balance of 2.8. So next year we'll end the year with $2.3 million. Self-insurance fund is where we have the funding that we need to settle any potential claims that are no longer covered that we used to have before we joined Keenan. And so we have the money set aside so that if there are any claims that require any settlement, the funding is there for those settlements. The other post-employment benefit trust account has $2.1 million. And then the foundation trust, which is not the district's foundation, but our own Fund 73 is where we keep the money from any donations that are given directly to the schools. So in summary, the next slide, please. What's included in our assumptions is SVCTE is fully funded, not just in the current budget year, which is 2021, but in the 2 subsequent years and actually all future years. CUHSD counselors are also in the budget for the budget year and future years. The English language EL the English learner TOSAs on special assignment, we've included the release period. Program coordinators, the AVID release period is also included. 50% of the athletic training hours were also included. Athletic directors will have 3 release periods, summer school for juniors and seniors, and the staff development. So these are all the things that the board asked to make sure get incorporated back into the budget from the board study session. So the multi-year projections we shared with you incorporate all of this cost. What is not included in this, and we shared with you when we did the board study session, if you can go to the next slide, John, thank you. What's not included in the budget assumptions is any salary increases to CSEA, SEIU, or management for either the budget year or the 2 subsequent years. We also don't have any estimated additional teaching staff in the 21-22, 22-23, or 23-24 year. So if the enrollment grows, you will need to add additional staffing. We also did not incorporate in this budget additional expenditures related to COVID-19, such as health aides, additional custodians, or any campus supervisors. And lastly, if the state chooses to go beyond the minimum state aid and proposes additional reductions to community funded districts like Campbell and imposes the fair share again, then then additional cuts will need to be made. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Nancy. I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing at this time, just because there is a tape delay. So we'll open that public hearing. We do not currently have any people who would like to speak. So board questions, comments?
Nancy, thank you. And thank you to Rory. I've not
Yes.
seen that in 16 years of being on a board. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also was happy to hear that the negotiating team thought highly of your ability to share the information from the budget, and they felt comfortable with your budget. I've felt the same way since I started here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, go ahead, Linda.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, we've eliminated SROs with this budget action, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to, in the spirit of what we've been talking about earlier in the evening about equity and things like that, I'm going to propose that we never have police officers employed in our school district again, and we find other ways to supplement campus supervision.
Nancy, once again, an absolutely clear presentation of what is normally way over my head. Beautifully done.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Board, is there anything else? Just as a reminder to everyone, this comes back for action a week from today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Nancy. We're going to move on to 19B, which is to approve resolution 5806-1820 of intention to convey easements related to Robeson Homes property exchange. Before we hop into this one, just a heads up. This is one that needs a 2/3 vote. Who's introducing this?
I am.
Linda, I'm gonna put you on mute.
I'm introducing this, Nancy.
All right, go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, so part of the, during the due diligence period that we have been in, we've been working very closely with Robeson Homes about the easement that is needed for the development of the homes. As you know, the property that's being exchanged is in the middle of the land that the district owns. So the entrance on Union, and then there's an entrance on Camden. So to get to the middle, you have to have an easement. Robeson needs an easement. So it took us a while to get this one resolved, but I'm very pleased to inform you that that this is completely done now, that we reached agreement. 2 lawyers, the developer, and our district reached agreement. And one of the things that I want to mention to you, and I'm so very grateful to Robeson Homes, is one of the things that was a concern to us is that the agreement required that the district repair the area of the road for emergency access. In any case, if it was an act of God, that we were responsible for the cost of replacing that stretch of road. And that was a concern to us. And I'm pleased to inform you that Mr. Robeson was able to address our concern and is adding an additional $200,000 that he will be depositing into our escrow account for the purpose of, if we ever need to completely replace that piece of the road, which is not a very large piece of property or piece of road, that the funding will be available to do any of those major repairs. So I think that's a huge success for the district. And with this action and an additional action that's coming to you the next board meeting, we will have completed all of the due diligence things that need to be completed, and the exchange will move forward. And within a year or so, the district, if everything goes well for Robeson, will be proud owners of the Heritage Building at Campbell. So I would like to ask that the board approve this document, this resolution.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
All right, so a motion by Stacy, a second by Linda. Is there any discussion?
Nancy, I know sometimes when there's something like this where the housing development needs to have that road, that they could have it included, have a homeowner association for, was that something that was discussed, or was that something that is off the table?
So the maintenance of the road on the Union side will be maintained jointly. It was the access for the fire department through our, through the Camden side that needed to have the repairs. And so they may never use it if there isn't a fire, right? But the burden was placed on the district that if there was an earthquake and we needed to replace that piece of road for the emergency vehicle access, that we were going to be responsible. And that was a big concern of ours. And Mr. Robeson was willing to address it by adding an additional $200,000 to the escrow account. So when and if we do need to repair that, we don't have to ask for any money from the general fund, or if we don't have any facilities money, that money is going to be set aside for that repair if it ever is needed.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call? Dr. Bravo?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 20A, award contract to Ron Paris Construction to raise the press box at Prospect High School. Eric.
Good evening, board and Dr. Bravo. This is Eric Wassinger, the Executive Director of Facilities. On this item, we're asking for the board to approve a contract with Ron Paris Construction. We are raising the press box 6 feet so that we have a clear view for all sporting events and safety.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Robert, second by me. Discussion. All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 20B is to award a contract to East Bay Restaurant Supply for the Del Mar High School Kitchen Modernization Food Service Equipment Project.
Yes, so board, on this item, we are asking the board to approve this contract for East Bay. This is a second bid on this project for the food service equipment. It came in about $180,000 cheaper than the last one that we had asked to deny. And so we're moving forward. This is a project that we are multi-priming. And so we have a general contractor and all of our MEP subs separate. And so we bought the food equipment at a cheaper price because we're doing it ourselves.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Robert and a second by Stacy. Discussion.
Eric, on this project, since we're multi-priming, are we expecting any more big contracts coming through to finish this up?
No, ma'am. This is the last contract for this project, and everything should be entailed or complete with what the contracts we have currently in contract.
Okay, great. So that looks like there's a contingency on here as well. So
yes,
well
ma'am.
done.
Thank you.
All right, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. We're going to head into board reports and communications. Just as a reminder, a friendly reminder to the board, we are going back into closed session for potentially a decent amount of time. We'll see. So with that, we'll move into Metro Ed Silicon Valley CTE. Linda, I know you've been busy. What's your update?
Okay, so for the past 18 days, Metro's leadership team and I have been advocating to both the City of San Jose and Santa Clara County for a one-time $500,000 infusion to keep our programs running and offset COVID expenses. Although we were too late for access to fiscal year 2020-21 dollars, we may qualify for financial programs effective July 1. However, to do that, we're going to have to continue to lobby the mayor, the city council, and specifically Councilmember Foley, as she has discretionary funds that can help us. We're also working with Santa Clara County and are seeking to receive funding through their general fund. It's a heavy lift, they've got their own problems. We're going to need all hands on deck to let the supervisors know our community is in need of this program. Robert and Stacy are already on it, and I will be asking each Metro Ed board member to ask their home district board members to join in. They have the county has a budget hearing on the 23rd, that's next Tuesday. So you will be getting call-in information and talking points from me for that hearing probably tomorrow night. I can tell you that the past 3 weeks have been a real political eye-opener for me and utterly exhausting. I'm not exaggerating when I say that I've been putting in 10-hour days, including weekends, creating documents, communicating with the mayor, council members, supervisors, assorted staffers. Alyssa Lynch, who's been working tirelessly, and Metro Ed board members. Our teachers and students have also stepped up to call in, write in, etc. I've written, emailed, texted, Zoomed, and carrier pigeoned, whatever it would take, whatever I could do to engage. And I kept notes on all of it. I believe you all received the links to our pieces in the San Jose Spotlight and our spot on Channel 7 News. And I hope you've looked at those. They were very helpful in helping us gain access for our message. And that's all I have for the moment.
Nice job, Linda. It was great to partner with you, and you did a lot. Every person I talked to had already heard from you, had already seen stuff you'd sent, and Alyssa. So thank you for your hard work. CTE is very important for our community, especially. So thank you.
Yeah, and I have to add I'm just amazed at what you guys accomplished in such a short amount of time. You got some beautiful coverage about the value of CTE, and this late in the process, getting so many council members trying to find a way. I was just really impressive, and a hats off to your political acumen, Linda. So the fight goes on. We'll get there. Congratulations on your success.
Linda,
Very steep learning curve, yeah.
You said that Pam Foley has some funds that are available that she could use. Why is she's not the only council member that...
No, and I had been given to understand that whatever was left in each council member's budget had been swept and allocated by the mayor. But Chappie Jones told me yesterday that that was not the case, that they each still have whatever they hadn't spent, they can roll it over. And I asked, since we're starting a new fiscal year, will there be any money added to those funds? And he said, yes, there would be, although the cap, I think, is going to be lower than it would have been before. So we're not going to bother the city right this moment. Everybody down there has been through the mill. It's been a very, very difficult period for them. Look at everything that's been coming at them in the last few weeks. They've just gone through the whole budget thing, give them a chance to breathe, and then we'll start having those conversations again.
On July 2nd.
Yeah.
Hey, Linda, just a quick thought. If you guys can break down which high schools you serve in each of the council districts.
Oh, you bet.
And then go have the conversation and how many, and things like that. It might just be a little bit easier to shake some money from each council member and their discretionary budgets.
I think we picked up quite a bit of support in the past couple of weeks. It wasn't enough to get us over the top with the mayor, but we got traction.
It was a long shot.
Probably important to hold up Johnny Camus because he did some work behind the scenes for us as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was great have him on our team.
Yeah, he spoke up for us in the hearing, so did Deb Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, let's move to board reports. Let's go with our traditional order.
All right, so I've mentioned most of the stuff that I've been working on with the, digital equity work that I've been doing. I did get to participate in a forum hosted by the California Latino School Board Association that was talking about the problem all throughout the state. I was able to talk with a lot of our students. I actually got to go back after school ended to clean out my classroom, which was it was very emotional to go back and clean out my classroom after not having been there for months and not having kids there. A very weird way to end the year virtually. Also, my sister got married last week. It all ended up happening in a backyard, very last minute with just immediate family, but it happened. Other than that, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the Supreme Court cases that have come out this week. It's been a good week for some people, and just want to affirm our LGBTQ youth and staff, as well as our students, community members, staff members who have DACA. And so those were really hopeful decisions coming out of the Supreme Court. That's all for me tonight.
Thank you. Really, all I have to report is Santa Clara County School Boards Association is meeting almost weekly, and it was always hard to make their meetings. I didn't find them of value enough to drive all the way to get there. These have been valuable because we're keeping on top of what's going on with this. We have with COVID. We also have an opportunity to talk to Superintendent Dewan. And I really don't have anything to report because all the stuff is the current stuff that Bob and his team are doing, but it's board members talking about it as it comes through. That's it. In interest of time, I'm going to move on.
Well, I'm going to make this very short. I've had a pretty tough week this week, and I'm a little raw right now because a very dear friend of mine passed away on Tuesday, metastatic breast cancer. And even though I knew it was coming, it doesn't make it any easier when it comes. And so I look back at the last conversation I had with her, which was at the end of March, when I checked in on her to see how she was doing with the shelter in place. And we had it wasn't more than 10 minutes. But she ended it with, can't stay awake, more later. And I said, sleep well, my friend, love you. And those were the last words that I spoke to her. And I'm very grateful that those were my last words to her. So be mindful of that. When you speak to your loved ones, don't take anything for granted. And I just want to say to you, Nancy, I wish you all the best in your next adventure. Be well.
No report. Stacy, let me know when you need to talk or sit in the garden. Kaylin, to you.
Yeah, Stacy, I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't know. I was gonna wish my mom a happy birthday. Today's her birthday, so I'll add on some positive note. Yeah, my mom's a Del Mar grad. She really is the definition of brave. Taught me a lot about perseverance with some of the cards she's been dealt. And she was so nice that she did not give me a hard time for being at this meeting and not being able to do like a backyard dinner, COVID safe backyard dinner or anything, and let me do it this weekend. So happy birthday, Mom. Thank you for being so awesome. We are gonna move into item 22, future planning, and then we'll go back into closed session. All right, so let's do this, board. Can we come back and be in closed session around 10? That gives you 6 minutes to go do whatever you need to do. And I think it's board and Bob, and then at some point we'll come back out here and end the meeting.
Can I move that we adjourn to closed session in honor of your mom's birthday and Stacy's friend? I know we don't need it, but I want to. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we'll do that. Because I don't think we need a motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
And there's seconds. Everyone's seconding. Okay, we'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
We in the right place?
Yep.
Okay.
Kaylin, we cannot hear you. Nope. Do you want me to just do it? Okay, great. The board is returning from closed session where no action was taken. Do we hear a motion to adjourn?
So
Move to
moved.
adjourn.
Okay, motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Any discussion? I guess I'll do the roll call vote. Robert,
Yes. Aye.
Linda Gotia,
Aye.
Kaylin Gallagher. Yes, I see thumbs up. We cannot hear him, but we take that as aye. Stacy Brown,
Aye.
Tina Ayersmith, aye. We are adjourned at 11:46 p.m. with a 5-0 vote. See you all next time.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.